Oh, look at that, almost straight away. What's going on? What's going on here? Within 5 seconds. So let's see if we can shuffle on through. Hi, Lana, you all right, sweetheart? Let's see if we can shuffle through all the way through without any glitchiness, without any jerkiness, and crack on. So who's with us? Who else is with us? I was just listening to Neil McCoy Ward, right? I had quite an interest in his channel for quite a while. That interest is slipping a bit. And that's because I think yeah, my goblet, look, you see that? You see that little red ring? It's leaking. That's pissed me off. So we're going to get another glass. I'll put some glue on it. I don't want to throw that away. It's too sentimental. And of all the tops that I could have put on whilst drinking organic red wine, it's nearly all brilliant white, you know. So I've got to be careful because you get red wine on a top like this, you never get it out, you know. This Silip Bang, you know, what a load of bollocks. And Vanish, that Vanish has vanished because it's useless. Nothing gets red wine out of white tops, you know. It's shit. Yeah, so this Neil McCoy Ward, right? He's the king of all grifters, right? So not only was he trying to flog these, which are worth about £4.50 each. These are emergency sleeping bags, exactly the same, right? For 15 quid on his channel. He's also got like a little love art at the bottom underneath his, you know, the screen saying thanks. On top of him selling all of his courses, he only has to create that course once and then just sell it multiple times. That's it, right? Which is easy for him to do. If you know what you're doing, it's easy. And now he's just he's selling raffle tickets £1 every time I start a live stream. You can make it up. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. You know, every other dog I've ever seen drink, it just goes up, has a little bit of a drink, like us. You know, we just have a gulp of water, we're good to go. But she goes on for hours. Hours. It feels like hours. It does. That's not normal. Fuck me. So now we're selling raffle tickets for £1 each, so you can go and spend the night in his fucking castle. The guy's got a castle, you know, set in acres and acres and acres of land. You know, the guy doesn't need to grift. You know, he should be, yeah, sell your courses, fair enough, but get rid of the little, you know, the little begging bowl sign at the bottom of your fucking video, you grafting bastard. And stop trying to sell cheap emergency blankets for triple what they actually cost. You know, ultimate grifter. And on top of that, I don't know if I feel like Vobes with his pipe. You know, whenever when I put one of his videos on, because I like to watch them now and then because it makes me feel quite chilled out. You know, it's quite easy to watch and quite listen. He's very monotone. He's quite level. You know, if I see that pipe in his fucking hand, that's it. That's it. Skip that video. Find something else to listen to. I can't be doing with him. You know, and I don't want to be the same. So he's going on about China, right? And all, you know, all of these tariffs and all of this, all of that bollocks. It's all bollocks. It's all circus. It's just a big circus. That's all it is. And one of our little tribe, let me say hello to a few people first. I'll carry on. Hello, Michael. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining. Alan Edwards. I know an Alan Edwards. Wonder if that's the Alan Edwards that I know from a very, very long time ago. Yeah, I wonder. Alan? Oh, I couldn't resist it. Oh dear. So every country, they're all eating out of the same. They're all eating out of the same trough, right? China, I'm not too sure about because so each country is just doing something different to make it look like they're all independent, they're all separate, when they're really all in on this together. And any leader of any country across the world that had their people's best interests at heart over the last sort of 6 years or so, gone and replaced. But you see, China's got something called the heavenly mandate, and they've always had that. You know, I mean, 1,000 years ago, they were the ultimate superpower of the planet. Very, very powerful. It collapsed in on itself a few times, which I can imagine that happening again, maybe. Back then, weapons and stuff like that were very primitive, really, even though they were, you know, they allegedly invented gunpowder. So they were quite advanced as far as weaponry was concerned back then. And they're getting there again now because of the solar winds hack. They managed to get access to all of the tech that America has. I mean, how do you hack into something like that? How can you have all of that information on a database that's so vulnerable? You know? Neil McCoy Ward and Vobes, I have to be on it. I have to be in the right mood to tune into them. Yeah. We've got a Lisa here as well. Where's Lisa? Oh, hey up, Lisa. You all right? There's a wavy hand back at you. So now that they've got the biggest navy than any other country in the world now, and they just knock them out. You know, just they've got the blueprints. It's just a case of building. That's it, because they've already stolen all the intellectual property. You know, hacked. So I can't imagine China having anything directly connected to Islam and Judaism. Judaism and Islam is interlocked. So I can't imagine them having anything to do with that. But yeah, I mean, the only time China, as a massive superpower, has managed to, you know, be as big as it was, you know, a millennia ago. But then there have been quite a few civil wars, and that could happen again. If you look at the 99%, people don't say that anymore. Yet it's more relevant now than ever. We are the 99%, you know, we do have the power and we will find a way, you know. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. No, right. Okay. Well, I'm glad we've clarified that. Really nice bloke. Yeah. Bit hippie-ish. So I'm trying to figure out where China fits into all of this circus. And I think that they've been said, you know, been told, look, you know, you just kind of keep yourself to yourself. Let us do our thing. And you can have Taiwan, and then maybe eventually Japan, you know, maybe a few other little places. But Xi, if you look at his life and how he you know, from birth to being, you know, the leader of one of the biggest countries in the world, it's a rags to riches type thing, you know. But it would, because of his dad, he would have been, you know, brainwashed and indoctrinated, and yeah, like many others, you know. But I can't imagine him still wanting to be number 2 or number 3 or number 4 in the world, you know. Whereas Russia, they're in on this, you know, the Zionists have got in there. But then you think about these bloodlines, right, that have gone through thousands and thousands of years. So how did they maybe even orchestrate these civil wars in China to weaken China, to prevent them from getting too big for the boots? You know, who knows? Who knows? You know, it's we're still piecing all this shit together. Alan is joining us at the Birmingham March. He's a good lad. We go way back. Yeah, good. Yeah, the more the merrier. The more the merrier. I can't wait. I can't fucking wait, because there's going to be a lot of people that really don't want us there, you know. And that makes me want to go even more, you know, because this is our country, you know. Don't like it, fuck off. Just fuck off. You know, if you want Sharia law, fuck off to a country that's got it. You know, don't start messing with our country. And another thing that I noticed as well. So obviously I did a little bit of research on China, just, you know, before I went live. And I noticed that it because I asked when China was the superpower of this world, and it now uses. It used to be AD, didn't it? If it was, you know, plus 2,000 years odd, right? It used to be AD, which was Anno Domini, which is the year of our Lord. So roughly when Jesus was meant to have died. Okay, I don't want to get into any arguments with any Christians. You know, don't fucking pile in on me. I'm not a Christian. I never will be. I can't be pegged. I can't be pigeonholed. I do have faith. I do believe in a creator. I've always said that. And I do have faith. I do. But that faith is inwards, which in my opinion is where it should be, because I think all of the answers to all of the questions that you've ever wanted to know are locked away in you, you know. And I think this mass awakening that we're experiencing, this great awakening, is part of us coming alive. Not everyone, but there are definitely some people, a lot of people out there, millions and millions of people that have just started to come into their own, you know. So it was Year of Our Lord, obviously, so it's got religious connotations, Oh, we can't have that. We've got to fuck that off. You know, like Easter and Christmas and all anything else to do with Christian. I have also made it clear that I do like the idea, and I am all for living in a country that's based on Christian values, because I think they're good values, you know. So they've changed it to CE, which is Common Era. So Anno Domini is gone. So that's another aspect of Christianity that they've erased. You know, you couldn't make this shit up, but we have to keep it alive. We've got to keep this going. Us, you know, we don't need to enter into anyone's bullshit, anyone else's fucking fear. And if anyone saw the short that I posted earlier on, two lads, one that clearly doesn't think he's a lad anymore when he clearly is, you know. I'm not entering into anyone else's bullshit make-believe fucking world, you know. I'm not having anything to do with it, right? I see what I see, I say what I see, and it's as simple as that. And I'm honest. However, I have said to anyone that's been, you know, watching me or listening to me for a few years, I have said that I do believe that gender dysphoria does exist. I do believe that. So you've got people, you know, this is a scientific fact. There are people that are born with a cock and a snatch, right? And then you've got some people that are born with none. So if you can be, if your gender, your physical genitalia can be all mixed up a little bit down there, what's to say that it can't be mixed up a little bit up here? So that does make sense to me. But then, like I said, I looked this study up, and it was 1 in 0.004%, 1 in 4 million. So that is no justification for teaching it in our children, in putting it into our kids' heads. There's no justification there whatsoever, because it's so ridiculously rare. So it's only happening for, and I've said this before, you know, it's social media, educational indoctrination, mental illness / mental health, and really shit parenting. The latter, not in all cases, because the other three are very powerful. So that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. That's why I saw what I saw today, you know, because I mean, I even look back at him, and he had quite a long hair, and he had you know, those they're called crocodile clips. I mean, obviously I don't fucking use them, you know, might get one from my beard, but then I'd look a twat. I don't want to look a twat, you know. Crocodile clip. So he had a crocodile clip in the back of his hair that was pink. He was clearly a lad, you know. He wasn't particularly camp, you know. None of them were camp, you know. Like, oh, thanks for letting us through. None of that. They were clearly beta males. Is there another one down from because you've got alphas, you've got betas? Is there one down from that? Because if there is, put it in the chat, because that's probably what they were. Again, you know, I've said we are witnessing the pussification of mankind. But I know that there are millions of proper men out there still, proper, and lots that are kind of moving up the ranks, lots that are coming up, growing up, you know, like us, people that have a knowing, people that can see, you know. They have a peripheral instead of all of the NPCs out there that are just blinkered, you know. That's all they see, just that, and sometimes that. And on the subject of blinkeredness, right? So this might offend a few people that might be watching this now or watching it played back. Let me roll another fag because I don't like offending people. I don't, I don't. But I've got to speak my mind, and I'm going to make it clear and logical. If it's logical, it's logical. So I put a poll out to say, if anyone else is interested in coming to the march, see you there. Yeah, I hope more people join us. Email me, please email me. My email's there. It's there. It's in the the thingamajig. You'll see it. For fuck's sake. Hold on. Right, so I put a poll out. That sounds dirty. Sorry, I find innuendos in everything. I will do, Lana. I will do. I'm actually going to try and attempt to have a conversation with someone on the other side. Not someone that's flying some like proper, genuine communist flag. There were loads of communist flags flying, and they were all identical. Same size, same shape, same height, loads. So there's obviously organisations or an organisation, Antifa's one of them, that are going down there and they're handing out flags, to people to make them look, when in actual fact they're just dishing these shit flags out to loads and loads of. I don't know why this isn't. It's not bad. It's not. I do apologise. Yeah, they're dishing all these flags out to brainwash meatheads, beta males. Hold on. Leave your ear alone. Leave your ear alone. So yeah, these beta males, and these brainwashed relatively young people, most of them, are just being passed these flags and think, they want to just be part of something, but they're just being part. They don't fully get it. They don't fully understand. Like I said, the human brain doesn't evolve. It doesn't fully form. It's not fully formed until you're in your mid to late 20s. It's a little bit earlier for women. It's early to mid 20s for women on average. But I would like to be able to somehow show a sign of, look, I'm not coming at you to fight you. I'm not coming at you with any bad intent. I just want to see if we can just have a conversation, because the people that are shouting free Palestine, if there are any people in there amongst them that really, really do know what's going on over there, I agree with them. I've seen terrible things, and it shouldn't be happening. The Palestinians were there first, So I would like to have a conversation with one of them, but the police will probably prevent me from doing that. I'd also like to be able to get a bit of a conversation with the police as well, but they're very, very, they don't like talking because they don't want to, they're under pressure. If you're filming them, they're under pressure, and they'll go, we don't really have opinions, which is right. They shouldn't have any opinions. They're meant to be impartial. They're meant to be policing impartial, but it would be nice to get a little bit of a chat with one of the enemy and a chat with a copper, I tried that at the last March, but they were having on a bit. They soon fucked off. Maybe it was the skidhead and the fact that I maybe looked a little bit hooligan-y, you know, with what I was wearing. A bit of camo on and that. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, I am really, really, really revved up and looking forward to that. And you see, I think Britain First as a possible mainstream political party is very, very, the chances of that's very, very small. But they are more proactive, you know. UKIP's becoming a little bit more proactive, but they tend to be kind of picking their spots, you know, so it's nice and safe. Whereas Britain First, it's like absolute fucking defiance. Richard Rose. Yeah, so Michael's just to make it a bit easier, if you've got a pen and paper and you don't want to go searching for it on the channel, Michael's just put my my email down there. So make a note of it and email me if you're interested in coming. And you know, as long as I don't have to go all the way down to fucking Norfolk to bring you all the way back up again, you know, if it's somewhere, you know, within reason, I'll pick you up on the way. Not a problem. Not a problem. You know, I won't charge you any diesel or anything like that. You know, just nice to have you come along. I don't mind doing a little bit of a detour to pick you up. And you'll be showing the world, you know, this is England and we are still here. And we're standing up and we're being counted. And we are the vast majority. We're still the vast majority. Unless they were bringing in 10,000 a week on these boats, which they're not, because that even the normies, even the stupid people would be like, hold on a minute, what's going on here? You know, they don't want too many people waking up, because again, we just assume that everyone's awake. Oh, and that takes me back to that poll, right? So I put a poll out saying, do you still believe that COVID-19 actually existed? Or, you know, and it was very, very interesting. The results were very interesting. In fact, let me just, it's all right, I'm going to elaborate on that, because it's important. This is where I think I might end up offending a few people. Right, hang in there. Where are we? Posts. Right, so only 13 people took part in this poll, which is a bit disappointing, but it still possibly shows an average. I even put a video in there that all of the information on there can be researched, you know. So it says, do you still believe that COVID-19 actually existed? Right. The no's were 77%. The yes was 8%, and 15% were still unsure. Right. Now, somebody said, I've had it twice. I'm not going to read it out. You read it yourself, because I don't actually want to embarrass anyone or belittle anyone. That's not what I'm here for. Now, when this first came out, when, you know, all of a sudden there's this killer virus, it's going to kill everyone. It's going to kill everyone. You know, save granny, get jabbed. There was a €100,000 reward to anyone that could prove that, because traditionally with viruses, right? But then if you start to study viruses, you know, even this goes out the window now. Please do some research, right? So traditionally, what they would do to create a vaccine is to isolate the virus, isolate it into its purest form, and then basically kind of inject a very, very tiny amount of that into your body, and then your body forms antibodies and, you know, and then takes it out. Some will get quite ill, some won't even notice, you know. And then that's it. You're immune to that forever. That's it. But that's not the case. And these were not vaccines. They weren't. So COVID-19 as a virus or as a pathogen, right, has never been isolated. Never. So if it's never been isolated and there's no actual proof that it ever existed, and flu disappearing, you know, just enough time for people to panic. All the illnesses came after, you know. So my gripe is, because I'm 100% certain that it never existed. So my gripe towards people that still believe that it did, it does fuck me off. It pisses me off, right? Because you're part of the problem. Because there are people out there that are just starting to wake up, people that are just starting to come around, right? People that are wondering whether there's some correlation between the illnesses that they've been getting and the jabs, you know? So the last thing they need are people telling them that it did exist, so that if it did exist, it possibly still can exist, and they'll keep going getting their boosters. You know, how do you know you had COVID-19? How do you know? How do you know? Let me give you an analogy. Again, I love analogies, right? Because they get through to anyone, right? Of any IQ level, really. Right. So you've gone on holiday, right? Somewhere in the countryside or somewhere near the seaside, something like that. Nice bed and breakfast, big old beautiful old building, 200, 300, 400 years old, right? And you go in there, you check in, and you show into your room, right? And it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful building, right? You open the room, the door to your room that you're going to be staying in. Big oak 4-poster bed with drapes and that, you know, proper nice traditional English, old English bed and breakfast, right? And you're thinking, I fucking love this. You look out the window, all you can see is fields and trees, you know, and a bit of a river, you know, idyllic. And you think, I want to sleep well in here, you know, away from all the noise, all the traffic, all the rat race, all of that bullshit, you know, get away from it all. And you kind of sat on the bed. Yeah, this is nice and firm, good for my back, you know, blah, 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 blah. And just as the person who's showing you to the room is about to leave, they turn around and say, and by the way, don't worry about it, but this room is haunted. You know, it's not a scary, it's not a bad ghost. It's not a violent ghost. It's not an evil spirit. It's, you know, it's playful. You might find your keys move. You might see your glass slide. You might hear footsteps, you know, on the corridor, stuff like that. And they're lying, right? It's just to get people into the hotel, right? All of a sudden, when it's time for you to get your head down and you're lying down to go to sleep, you've got your head on the pillow. Old houses, they make creaky noises. They do make little noises now and then, you know, especially if you've gone from a cold snap to a warm snap. You know, you can hear the wood moving and stuff like that. You can hear little noises, right? Those noises would have just been noises because it's an old house to you. But because of the power of suggestion, right, you're thinking, I wonder if that's the ghost. The power of suggestion. So, I mean, we already know about the power of the placebo effect. It's very real. The power of suggestion is very powerful. Very. You know? So someone's got into your fucking head and told you that there was a virus going around. And you know who you are. You know who you are. So anyone around you that might be starting to come around a little bit are still going to be thinking that this thing's going around, and it's a threat to them. So they'll keep going and getting jabbed up, and they'll never wake up. Not really. You know, you're part of the problem. You know, if you want to carry on listening to me, if you want to carry on following the channel and being part of our little tribe, then stay with us. But if that's offended you, you know, I'm not here to gain subscribers. I'm here to tell the truth. So that does fuck me off. It does fuck me off. Anyway, it did exist, but only sequenced on a computer screen. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Lana. It's a fucking joke. I think COVID was man-made. As for the jab, I wouldn't be a mini guinea pig. I don't think COVID ever existed. I think people were just getting seasonal bugs. They were just getting colds. Some people were, some people with comorbidities, and so anyone even saying, and even worse when people turn around to me and say, wow, I had a COVID test and it came back positive. That's a proper eye roller for me. I'm like, fuck off. 2 test systems, the lateral flow system, the lateral flow test and the PCR test, it's not what they were designed for. And the one man and his wife, those 2 people would have told you that, but they were fucking taken out in 2019 from pneumonia. Both of them. Mullis. It didn't, Lisa. It didn't. What proof have you got that it existed? Please put it on there. Please type, what proof have you got? What evidence have you got that it existed? I can give you loads of reasons why I think it didn't. I want you to give me one reason why you think it did. Just one. I've already given some reasons. The flu just doesn't disappear out of convenience. It doesn't happen. Yes, Michael, convid equals control. The jab made big pharmaceutical companies and multi-millions. Yeah, and there was I watched one of David. Oh yeah, and Annie sent me hey up Lulu, you all right? Good to see you, sweetheart. Hey folks, hope you're all okay in the current madness. Just popped in to see Terry's rant on the demons fuckery. I love that word, fuckery. I love it. I don't think it's in the dictionary, but it should be. It really should. Yeah. So, Dr. David Campbell. I know that there are still people out there that still don't like him because of the fact that right. So some people could say he's responsible for thousands of people. I still see people sat in their own cars with nobody in it but the driver and wearing a mask. Yeah, because they're sheep. They are what we would call write-offs. They are write-offs. They will never wake up. They'll never wake up. They'll be a slave for the rest of their lives. And the face masks were symbolic of slavery. Fun fact, did you know that the machine that runs the PCR tests was named Janus or Janus? No, I didn't. What's the significance of Janus, Lana? Honestly, the people are zombies. Stop bothering with them. I don't now. I think the only time I get pissed off with them, I mean, I do scowl at them now and then if I see someone with a fucking face mask on, you know. But what does piss me off is because I'm a very courteous man, right? I always have been, and I'll let someone out, but I don't like to stop. Don't inconvenience me by making me stop. I've flashed you 55,000 fucking times. Don't make me stop. I'm slowing down for you to pull out. Pay attention. And then when I get closer and I get a wave off someone with a face nappy on. Now. And I just think, oh, I wish I could like mentally photograph that car and that reg so I never let him out again. Yeah, it's good to see you, Lulu. Yeah, so I've forgotten what I was going to say now. It just riles me. It riles me, you know. There are like these NPCs. These NPCs do exist. They do exist. In ancient Roman religion and myth, Janus or Janus is the god of beginnings, gates, transitions, time, duality. That duality is a head fuck. Doorways, passages, frames, and endings. He is usually depicted as having two faces. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I love that, Lana. You're a fucking walking, lovely blonde-haired little oracle of information, aren't you, lass? And I do like that. I am going to tonight because I realise maybe upset people. You don't upset anyone, Lulu. You don't. Stay with us. Don't be daft. But yeah, there's a lot of people out there that got two faces. Hell of a lot. But yeah, so a lot of people have got mixed emotions about Dr. John Campbell. They think that he's got a lot of blood on his hands, and it could be argued. And my argument is Dr. John Campbell didn't turn around to anybody and say, tell her, it was down to the individual. There was always a choice. You either had it or you didn't, It was a choice. It was a choice. So if you had it, it was a choice. And if you need to listen to some bloke on a YouTube channel to tell you what to do, then you're not going to fare very well further down the line, with what's coming. If you need someone to tell you what to do, if you can't stand alone and make your own decisions, then you're fucked. Anyway, going back, he had someone on, not in his last video, but the video before that. He came up with, he started talking about lion's mane, in way more depth than I did, and I swear by it. I've ran out of the shop bought stuff now. I've run out of them, so I'm taking my own supplements now, and it's cleaner. I don't know how else to explain it, but I take 2 of them a day to sort of match the same strength. But yeah, I make my own. I've got shitloads of them. Shitloads. Let me just. And I'm still growing. I've still got another crop growing on my second kit. And I've still got a tiny little crop growing on the first kit. And to anyone that's been listening to me since I bought that first kit, to get another little tiny crop growing on that, it's brilliant. Having said that, the Outrider, aka Michael down there, he sent me an email, or it might have been a WhatsApp picture of his crop, because he's growing it. It's fucking massive. massive. The whole kit was taken over. So I'm thinking, what are you doing? What are you doing that I've not done right? Because I've not ended up with a crop like that. It's unbelievable, unbelievable. But I'm dead chuffed that Michael's growing it, because I'm telling you, it's worth it. So I've repurposed this bottle, which used to have, I don't know, some omega 3, 6, and 9, I think, something like that. I've repurposed the jar, so that's full. That's full. That's full. Oh, it's very full. That's why it's not rattling. And then all them, you know. And I've got a few little packs that I've vac packs ready for dishing out to people. And if anyone's watched that, I'm getting hot. If anyone's watched that Dr. David Campbell video, if you've not watched it, please watch it, because you see, I've cut certain people out of my life, you know, and I've known the guy 30 years. I'm going to turn my phone off. I've known him 30 years. No more interruptions. Bear with me. And it's Friday night as well. So him and the missus, they will have both have been on the lash. Yeah, there's some. Oh man, yeah. I'm cutting people out of my life. Again, I'm a loner by nature anyway. So I'm fine with my own company. You know, I'm absolutely fine with it. But it is also equally as important to be connected with people, and especially family. You know, try and draw your family together if you can. But I've known the guy 30 years, and yeah. So yeah, if you can, you know, as long as you've not had any issues with being allergic to mushrooms, you know, just maybe have a little test first, you know, just to check, because I you know, again, I'm not a doctor. Just want to it's such a shame that I have to say that. No, they look bigger than they actually are, Lisa. The pills, the actual capsules, they come in different sizes, and I think they're so yeah, I mean, you don't really notice it. Well, I mean, I'll show you. I'll put it in my hand, you know. So the fact that Dr. David Campbell, I mean, I shouldn't really call him doctor, even though he has got a doctorate. He's not actually a doctor in there. Oh, wrong one. I'm sorry about this, guys. I'm putting fucking down like a yo-yo. See, you know, it's hardly a suppository, and they're just dead easy to swallow. So you just, you know, I mean, again, these are cleaner. They're cleaner. It's a cleaner feeling. But I guarantee you will feel it. You will feel it. You know, you've got there's more mental clarity. And I think in a world where, oh, Lisa Sheridan, I'm sorry, sweetheart. I didn't see you pop up there. Thanks for joining us. So you will feel the effects of it. You will. You don't start, you know, seeing fucking little pigs and fairies flying around, and you know, kind of native Indians like dancing around your front room or anything like that. You don't fucking hallucinate from them. If you watch that video by Dr. David Campbell, I mean, I've tried to, you know, I've gone into some detail about the health benefits of lion's mane, but I mean, he went into proper detail, and it was amazing. It was amazing, and he couldn't speak highly enough about it. Again, this is why I can't understand why it's not being given to people with early onset dementia and Alzheimer's. Maybe it could keep them going for longer, you know, because again, I can't imagine anything worse than someone that you've been married to for like 40, 50, 60 years in some cases, all of a sudden just not recognizing who you are, not even knowing who you are, you know, heartbreaking. So if you can slow that process down and keep that person that remembers you for longer, it's a no-brainer. But then it's lion's mane, isn't it? It's not Big Pharma. They're not going to be pushing stuff like that. It really fucks me off, you know. Hello, Lily. It's good to see you, sweetheart. I just watched Lily's latest video earlier on. I watched the last video that Lily put out, Lily Gazoo. She's got her own channel if anyone, you know, wants to go over and have a look. She put a video out of kind of going around this homestead. And Lily, can you put into the chat the name of that plant? Because I've just actually sent off a shitload of seeds. So I'm going to try and grow some, but not in my garden. I'm going to find somewhere else. That's it. Hyssop. Look up the plant hyssop, which does grow. It's growing in abundance where Lily's potential future homestead's located. But it grows across England. It grows across Europe as well. So, and it's got a lot of health benefits. So please look up hyssop. And thank you for the heads up, Lily. I have sent off for some seeds. There are different varieties, but this one, you know, it looked quite nice. It was blue, bit of blue for dads, and lots of health benefits. So, yeah. So the fact that Dr. John Campbell, who commands a big audience, was praising lion's mane. It was nice, you know. It was nice to have someone else who commands a big audience saying, "Look, this shit's fucking good. It's fucking good," you know. And then he went on to talk about walnuts as well, you know. And I mentioned, I'm not sure if it was a year or maybe even 2 years ago, I bought a shitload of mushrooms that were all whoopsed, and my plan was to dehydrate all of them. And I mentioned that if you put any fungus, especially lion's mane, on the sunniest windowsill you've got, on a sunny day, just for 10-20 minutes, the amount of vitamin D that starts to build up in your lion's mane before you've dehydrated it, before you've done anything, you know, when just cut it on a sunny day, cut off your crop if you're growing it, cut off a big clump of it, stick it on a nice sunny windowsill for 20 minutes, and that's another excellent source of vitamin D, because it processes it. It processes sunlight and turns it into vitamin D, just like we do. You know, lion's mane. I'm telling you. It's a shame that our Lisa's allergic to mushrooms. They all seem to live in my estate. Oh, I love your sense of humor, Lisa. I do. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, she's got Roma gypsies that live next door to her, and it's knocked 30,000 euros off her ass overnight. You know, and the noisy bastards are not really, they've got no consideration. It's a different culture, you know, completely different culture. State is full of Roma gypsies. It's such a shame. We have the Roma here in the Seattle suburbs, begging outside and inside grocery stores. Yeah, you see, that's what I'm saying. Even though considering it's a European country, it's, as far as European countries go, it's pretty, you know, it's not a very advanced, you know, just saying, you know, to anyone that's from there, you know, I'm not, if anything, I quite like the idea of going back a little bit, but not backwards up here, if you know what I mean. So yeah, he went on about lion's mane. So if you get the chance to go and watch that video, please watch it, and then consider getting yourself a kit and growing your own, and then dehydrating it, and then blending it, and then adding some black pepper to it, preferably blitzed peppercorns in with it, so it's not shit black pepper, you know. That black pepper helps the body to absorb it into your body. And yeah, just buy some of these little capsules and make your own lion's mane supplements. And I'm telling you, it's affected me for the better, you know. I've got so much clarity. So yeah, anyway, so going back to Lily's video. So the first one that I watched, it showed you her talking about hyssop, and then she went on to make some. I won't spoil it for you. Please watch it. I find watching Lily's videos very, very therapeutic, because she's very calm and she's got a beautiful voice, you know, and it's just, her videos are therapeutic. But she's just put a short out earlier on today of her friend with some sort of parakeet dancing on her arm and a shoulder and her arm, dancing to a Michael Jackson song like that, you know. It's just lovely to watch, you know. It's every now and then we've got to remember to take time out away from all of the shit, you know, to come out of a rabbit hole and have a bit of time out, you know, just chill out for a little while. And then when you feel revigorated, revitalized, go down on the rabbit hole, you know. But have breaks. But it was a lovely video. Thank you, Lily. I didn't film myself screaming because of the mice in the barn. Oh, I wish you had. I can't imagine you screaming, Lily, if I'm honest. I just can't imagine you being like stressed out about anything, you know. You lose an arm, your fucking arm falls off. You'd be like, oh, it's okay, it's just a scratch. You know? That's the impression that you give, Lily. You know, everything's okay. But I also know that there's a sensitive element about you. Yeah, you see, I don't mind mice, and I love rats. I love them. I've never made that, you know, the secret. I love rats. I've had rats. It's just spiders. You know, throw whatever you fucking want at me. You know, whatever you've got, life. Throw whatever you've got. You know, apart from spiders and syringes. Yeah, it's only a flesh wound. Has anybody got a band-aid? Could you pick my other arm up for me? That's a terrible version of your accent there, Lily. I do apologise. I don't know what a Seattle accent sounds like. Well, like yours, I suppose. So anyway, so Dr. David Campbell's second video, we had a guest on, and she, you know, they were talking about there are lots and lots of therapies that you can take. So if you did get suckered into having the arm ticket or the bibbidi babbidi, you know, whatever we want to call it, then there are so many therapies out there that can help you, loads. And this lady, she didn't listen to her gut. So she was she worked within the NHS, I think, and she was they basically turned around to her and said, look, you've got to have 2 jabs to carry on working. So rather than doing her due diligence and finding out her rights, you know, under law, she just decided to have one, and she was fine, absolutely fine. And I've said before that I do believe that there were massive batches that went out all over the world that were just saline, you know. However, the second jab that she had fucked her up. But I did say that I do believe that, you know, a lot of you guys that did maybe just stop at 1 or stop at 2, it's quite likely that it was saline, you know, and that you'll be absolutely fine, you know, unless you've noticed anything distinctively different about you and your health. Then start looking at these therapies. Maybe watch that video, you know, because he is trying to help. He is trying to change, you know, trying to redeem himself, you know, and coming back from something like that. So that's one hell of a challenge to redeem yourself from saying, yeah, well, it all checks out to me. It all looks, you know, it all looks bang on to me. Go for it. You fill your boots. Save Granny. Psycho bunny. Oh, you know what? On Wednesday, I went with my dad. And we had a you know, a bit of a shootout. I don't know if anyone's watched that. It's just a short. I am a good shot. But my dad's even better than I am, and he's 75, 76, something like that. But then I was doing free holding. He was rested up again on a branch, and I was also doing prone and semi-prone. So semi-prone's where you're down on one knee, and then prone is where you're on your belly and you're resting on a log, you know. But there were people, we could hear people, we couldn't hear voices or anything, but we could hear the gunshots, the shotguns getting closer and closer and closer because they were shooting pheasants, you know. So I thought, right, I think it's probably best we move on now, Dad. Go and get a pint instead of like losing half of our face to some nut job poshy, you know. But yeah, that was really, really enjoyable, you know. I loved it. I have got a garden that's a nice length, and I've got everything that's a nice length. Sorry. So it does double up as a rifle range. It's perfect for it. But my dad for years now, he said, I'd really love to just go into some woods and do it, you know. So that's what we did. And we know where to go next time now. We'll keep going back to the same spot, but over the next couple of weeks, I've asked my dad if he'll mind just coming here with me, because my wardrobe's falling apart, so I need to repair that. To anyone that doesn't know what my wardrobe is, it's an old wardrobe that's been put on its side, lined, filled with soil, filled with manure, filled with compost, and then it just grows spuds. I grow spuds in there, that's all. And now, hopefully, new potatoes. We shall see. That's a new one, you know. Yeah, there's so much to do. I spent 4 days. I bought because I've given up going to the club. I still need to train. I still need to keep my fitness up, and I still want to maintain this physique, you know. Not for vanity reasons, just because if I stand back on those very, very rare occasions and just look at my definition, I think, yeah, you know, that's probably how we're meant to look, you know. So I'd like to keep hold of that, you know. So I need to train. I need to keep training. But the base to this punching bag comes in two halves, and it took 4 days because I bought builder's sand, and I've had to use my old pan that I never use anymore because I use cast iron now, an old pan that I just had, you know, laying around, and just filling it up with sand because the builder's sand was damp. It wouldn't go in the hole. So I've had to cook pan after pan after pan after pan after pan of sand to get it dry, so I can put it into the funnel and put it into the bases. So hopefully I'll have a punch bag up and going soon, and I might do a little demonstration on it. I might. But I do want to make sure that I stay fit. But yeah, 4 days of just constantly just drying sand out. You know, each one takes 25 minutes to half an hour. It's a fucking nightmare. It's so tedious. Where are we? To the tune of Terry's singing, it's only a game show. It's only a game show. It's only a game show. It is only a game show. And the more people start to realise that everything is just an illusion. You know, it's what's going on behind the curtains, behind Oz, behind the Wizard of Oz curtains. It's all those levers that are being pulled, you know, in the background, whilst you're looking at Dorothy skipping along a fucking yellow brick road with a load of munchkins. Don't take your eye off the prize. They are going to try and come down with more lockdowns. I am hearing whispers of possible forced jabs. I'd love to see how they're going to pull that off, you know, because so many more people have become wise to this now. And then you add on top of that all the people that you've mentioned it to. Like I said, it still goes in. It still goes in, you know. So people are even the people that have stopped having the boosters now, you know, hopefully they'll be all right. Who knows, you know, long term. If they come in with trying to force people to get jabbed, I mean, how are they going to be able to do that? People don't like to be forced to do anything, you know. This is why it was always a choice. So that force could come in the form of financial slavery. So your CBDCs, if you don't get jabs, if you're not up to date with your jabs, you don't get any money, you know. And because there aren't any jobs anymore, because it's all been taken over by AI, I'm talking in the future, not at the present, right? And they can turn around and say, well, we're not going to give you any credits for you to go and buy food then, if you're not up to date with your blah blah blah. And that is why I'm trying everything in my power to be able to survive outside the system. And that's what everyone should be trying to strive for. I know it's difficult. This is a city prepping channel, you know, but it is doable. Learn some skills, and then ply your trade. Get by that way, you know. It is going to be more challenging for some people than others. I am aware that I am quite lucky that I've got a long back garden and I can plant a few bits and bobs. I've got a river just down the road, you know. I'm aware of how potentially lucky I am, really. But I mean, again, the fact that this house has got no mortgage anymore came at a terrible cost. Terrible, you know. So it's not been fucking plain sailing. I've not landed in a position like this easily, you know. It's took a lot. It's took a lot out of me. But I bounced back, and when I worked for this giant caregiver in the biggest one in the UK, it rhymes with MenCap, and they are, you know, again, generally speaking, you can trust if you've got a family member that needs extra support, you can trust MenCap. You know, their training is second to none. I think it's unfortunate that they take on so many foreigners, because a lot of the people that I used to work with back then, you know, I had to adapt to the way that I communicated with them so that they could understand what I was saying, you know. So you bring someone that's just come over from the Congo, you know, or Bangladesh or somewhere like that, then the communications, it's going to be fucked. But there were so many people with learning disabilities that MenCap supported, and a lot of them, you know, MenCap is their ward, you know, MenCap is their beneficiary, if you like, because the family's either not around, or they've disowned them, or, you know, or they've died, or whatever, you know. And all of those people were jabbed, all of them. MenCap made that decision. So it's very, 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 very sad. Again, you know, were they pushed? What's that word I'm looking for again, Lana? Where if they see you as a bit slow, or your genetics aren't great, they just get rid of you. You know, what's the word again? It's that one of those words that eludes me, Lana, and I know that you're going to come up with it. Oh, fucking hell. I hope you're still listening. Hey, they can meet their fucking chainsaw. Vrr, vrr. Not everyone can roll their tongues, you know, which is, I'd like to learn a few more languages where I could, because I can roll my tongue all right. What is the name of it? If anyone else can put it in the chat. I would never leave a relative in a hospital without one of us standing guard. These are some of the most expensive hospitals, and they hire the lowest of the low. It's all about shareholders, Lily. You know, it's all about appeasing the shareholders, because people think the NHS is, you know, government funded. Well, it's been chopped up and sliced up and sold off, and like subcontracted out for this, subcontracted out for that. You know, politicians helping their mates out. Could Bemini to describe that? No, you came up with this word before, Lana. It's something that's been going on for hundreds of years. And if people, again, it's like if they don't see people as viable, that aren't going to be able to, because the most valuable currency on the planet is your eugenics. Thank you, Lana. Eugenics has never gone away. Never gone away. You know, one of the most immoral things on the planet. On the planet, bar none. Hey up, Lings, you all right, sweetheart? Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. Thanks for joining us. It's good to see you. Good to see you. One of the when I worked at MenCap, I mean, I've had a lot of jobs. I've done a lot of different stuff, you know, and it's like 17 years ish working for MenCap. So during that time, you know, managers have come, managers have gone, and the best manager I've ever had, I know for a fact that they you know, And because Sally told me before she died, you know, because she was still working for Mencap at that time, but she was working from home. And I had one particular manager that was just amazing, you know. She was lovely. And I got a text from her a couple of 4 days ago, saying that her other half, who I've met plenty of times, you know, just got stage 4 cancer out of nowhere. And from diagnosis to death was something like 6 weeks, you know, turbo cancer. So I just got a text before I started this live stream, and I did get quite emotional in there. I was in the bathroom, just having a bit of trying to make myself look a bit more presentable, you know, trying to do my hair. And a text came through, and it was Karen, and I knew that he was ill, and I knew that he was in a end of life ward. So I knew that his time was limited, and she'd been texting me on and off over the last sort of week or so, because she doesn't know anyone that's lost their other half. She doesn't know anyone. And so she was kind of maybe finding some comfort in me. And but then she's considerate, you know. So she said, but I don't want to sort of come at you with this, because I don't want it to evoke memories and emotions from you losing Sal. And I just said, I'm good to go, Karen. You know, I'm good to go. Call me anytime, day or night. Just don't do what I did, you know. Reach out. Don't do it all on your own. Don't cocoon yourself. Don't shut yourself off from everyone and everything, you know. Reach out for some support. And I've just said to her, I'll be there night or day. You know, I'm just at the end of a phone. And yeah, I'm good for that. I am good for that. I'm good there. I'm good at being there for others. I am. I know I am. I'm just not very good at being there for me. But I think there's lots of you guys, probably most of you guys in this chat, that are like that. Oh, look at everyone saying hello. I love it, you know. This is a unique channel. We are a unique little tribe, full of very unique people, you know. So when, again, you know, there are so many, we've got so many questions about life, about the reality of life, what we are, where we are, how we are originated, you know, how we suddenly became, you know, hairless, humanoids, you know, so you got Lucy, and then they say there's some sort of missing link between Lucy and us. You know, we don't know our origins. We've got lots and lots and lots and lots of questions about life, about reality, the reality of life. And yeah, you know, it does make you wonder, why do we know what we know? You know, why do we see the world in a very, very, almost in its entirety sometimes, you know? Whereas there are people out there that just wouldn't have, they don't get us. They don't understand us. This is one of the reasons why I left the club, because I was just surrounded by people. Maybe I think there was one that could have been turned around, and I'll miss him, you know, Big Dan. 6.5 foot tall, 16 stone. And I wanted to, I saw in between, again, once I've got this punch bag up and running, because it's still not straightforward, you know. This is what happens when you buy shit off Facebook Marketplace. I travelled nearly 75 miles to get there, and then 75 miles back, only to find that the actual bolts that anyway, once that's up and running and I've got it going, I can train whenever I want, as often as I want, you know. But in between going to train there, every now and then I'd be looking up YouTube videos and some bits and bobs on Facebook of other moves and stuff, and I saw one and I wanted to try it out. Now I'm 5'8", which is not particularly tall, you know. So, and I'm about 11.5 stone. 11. I fluctuate between 11.5 stone and 12 stone, right? Which is perfect for me. It's the ideal weight for me, right? So I wanted to know if my theory would work on trying to get hold of a standing up. When you stood up, and if someone gets you into a chokehold, if I could get out, because a chokehold's not good, especially if they've got you on the floor. So don't go down. Just don't go down. So I wanted to see if I could get out of a chokehold from a 16 stone, 6.5 foot man while standing up. And in my mind, it was going to work, and it did. And I launched him straight over the top of my head. Launched him. And he was very surprised. Not as surprised as I was, because I didn't think it was going to work, you know. But the deal was that he got to do it to me, you know. And yeah, you've got to learn how to land without smashing your skull open, and you know, you've got to learn how to land. That's all part of it. So, you know, so I'll be learning to train out there, and I will do a little video of me training, but it won't be an egotistical thing. It will just be me showing you that you can get past the 50 mark and still be fit and still be active, you know, and learn to fight, you know, even if it's just keeping fit. That's going to help you. It's going to help you. I mean, there are a lot of theories. If you've got a bit of meat on your bone, you can go a little bit longer without food. You can because your body will start to burn up that extra fat. It will. But again, it's a tricky one. You've got to do a bit of research into it. But if you think that you're uncomfortable with the way that you look, if you feel like you're a bit chunky and you know, and it's affecting your self-esteem, do something about it. If there's anything in your life, anything that bothers you, do something about it. You know, don't fucking just moan about it, especially to yourself. Do something about it. I mean, talking of chunky, because I mean, women aren't meant to be a size 6, size 8. You know, they're not. It's not typical. You know, but then you're not really meant to be a size 18, 20, 22, 24. You're not meant to be obese. Again, this is not intended to, you know, fat shame anyone or embarrass anyone or make anyone feel down about the way they look. This is not what that's not what this is about. You know, it's about trying to get yourself healthy. And if you get a healthy body, as a byproduct of that, you end up with a healthier mind. You do. As long as you stay on top of it and train till you sweat. You've got to sweat. If you're not sweating, you've not trained hard enough. And I can't remember where I was now, but it was some TV ad, right? And it was about the advert was about, look, we know what fucking toilet roll's for. We know what it's for. You know, it's for wiping yourself or blowing your nose. That's it, really. And if you're on the bones of your arse and you haven't got any little cotton pads, toilet roll, I suppose that, that could come up with, I'm sure some of you ladies have used toilet roll to take your makeup off at night, but its main use is to wipe yourself. So I don't need fucking reminding what toilet roll's for. So I saw this advert and all I could see was this big, massive, fat arse in leggings like that, talking about, just talking about shitting. And I'm thinking, I know what toilet roll's for. I don't need to be seeing this big, giant arse. I don't need to be seeing that. Nothing's sacred anymore. Nothing. And then there'll be another advert. You'll be sat there tucking into your spag bowl. We're like, have you got an itchy snatch? You need Vagisil. I'm like, fuck's sake. Do you have have you got an itchy arsehole? Buy Anusol, whilst you're tucking into a full roast beef Sunday dinner. There's nothing sacred anymore. And then they do demonstrations of sanitary towels and tampons and all sorts. We know what they're for. You don't need to go into graphic fucking detail. We know what they're for. Good gracious. Goodness gracious me. Where are we? I think we're all good souls in this chat. Yeah, we are. We are. And definitely all like-minded. Honestly, Michael, can you imagine all of us lot in this chat? Because it usually is the same people, And then I know that we do get people that will watch the lives from start and usually sometimes to the end, that never get involved in the actual chat either. They just watch, listen, and read, in the background. Some people call it lurking. I don't like that. I do like that word because I think it's quite funny, but only because of Lisa Sheridan. Long story. So I think we're all of us are very, very unique people, very unique people. I think, and not just by way of kind of how others perceive us, but how we perceive ourselves. We know that we're different. We know that we're a bit different, and that wasn't just as a result of what happened in late 2019, right the way through to today. We've known we were different since we were at school, And some of us, a lot of us, would have been quite rebellious at school because we just didn't fit in. We didn't fit in. And I think maybe we didn't at the time know why we didn't fit in. I think that's become quite obvious now. Because we're not conformists. And like I said, I'm hearing rumours now of lockdowns on the horizon and forced jabs. Again, how they force these jabs is, Fucking come on, have a go. But yeah, we are very, 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 very different to our average neighbours, you know, very, very, very different. And maybe, again, there are so many different potential explanations for that. I've watched a few videos on where people have gone into depth and given their take on things, and calling us the chosen ones. Well, we can't be the chosen ones. We can't, because you're only a chosen one if you're a Jew. Rabbit with a silent T. We are considered Gentiles, and they don't like Gentiles. They want to kill Gentiles. When you really start looking into all of that, you know, I've gone down some right fucking rabbit holes, and yeah, everything I ever knew, just. But again, we've all had these epiphanies. Stop what, Lulu? What have we done? What have we done? Yeah, Bowitchy, you're right, sweetheart. Good to see you. It's good to see you. Boho Witchy, are you following me on X? Because someone very similar to you posted something, a book. Why Lulu? Because it's a massive part of what's happening to us. It's a massive, massive, massive part of what's happening around us. And so we talk about current events. We talk about what we think is happening, where we think it's going, why it's happening. And again, I have mentioned Lulu in other. I sound like Neo. Well, out of the Matrix, we're all Neos. All of us. All of us. So, no, the Austrian painter. Oh, fuck me. That's gone over my head, I'm afraid. I'm not familiar with an Austrian painter by the name of Neo. Is his second name Nazi? I am into my art, as you know. No, I haven't joined X yet. Keep meaning to, though. Do you know what, Boho Witchy? It's worth it. There's a lot more information on there. But just don't end up getting that little check mark. Don't put your bank details in there. Just use it for information gathering and reference only, you know. And then when or if it becomes the app of everything, you can just leave it and just try and do your own thing, you know. One lovely thing about you, Boho Witchy, I don't really know you in person, but one of the lovely things about you is that you've not long had a child, you know. So you're doing something right. So because I do think that there are going to be a lot of people out there that are trying for children now, and they just can't. It's just not happening. It's not happening for various reasons, you know, and not just that. The EMFs and God knows what else. So whatever you've done, you've been doing well, you know. You're both obviously quite virile and to some degree health conscious. And I think bringing up kids in the current climate makes you by default a super mum. So I saw this. I'm not sure if I mentioned this in a previous live stream, but I want to just kind of, hello, Chelsea Star. You're all right, sweetheart. Good to see you. Good to see you. So my dad sends me stuff on Facebook. I don't go on Facebook, generally speaking, you know, unless it's, you know, trying to learn a new move or a combination, you know, of kicks and punches, or my dad sends me stuff now and then. But then you can end up like, before you know it, you're starting to, again, this is why people have got such a short attention span, because of shorts. And you know, they reckon the average attention span now is something like 3 minutes. Mad. So anyway, someone had posted this little kind of cartoon, right? You got a human and an alien. The alien doesn't look much different to the human, to be fair, because it's a cartoon. But you know, one's clearly an alien and one's a human, right? And this the human turns around and says, "Yeah, I'm a Christian." He says, "Oh, Christ, Jesus Christ." This alien said. He said, "Yeah." He says, "Oh, yeah, we love him. Yeah, he comes to our planet at least a minimum of once a year, and we party, and none of us need to worry about getting loads of alcohol in, because he does that party trick, you know. He's great, you know, just a bit of water, and he turns it into really nice wine, and we're all getting pissed and having a bit of a chat and having a good laugh, and then we kind of, you know, go for a bit of a stroll in the woods, and then he does his walk on the water thing. We love that. We love it. And he loves us, and he keeps coming back. Yeah, at least once every year, at least." And the human says, "Well, we're you know, it's been over 2,000 years now, and we're still waiting for what we call the second coming." And he said, 2,000 years? You know, our perception of time is the same as a human's perception of time. Yet he comes to see us every year at a minimum. He said, "What happened last time he came to see you?" Where are we? Outrider. The Pharisees and Roman pagans crucified Jesus on this very day, allegedly. But then they say December the 25th was Jesus' birthday. But then we're meant to have 13 months in the calendar, so maybe it was the 25th. But then we don't know, do we? There's so much out there that we don't know. I try to keep my son off shorts. He's 9 and obviously leaning towards YouTube, and I don't let him watch shorts. They're so addictive and pull you in. I'm so glad you're on top of that, Boho Witchy. We if ever there was a time throughout human history where we really, really, really need to be guiding our children in the right direction, it's now, you know. I see, again, when I go shopping, I see so many people that have got kids with them, and the kids just swiping, or playing some game, you know, fucking its eyesight up from an early age with blue light, you know, and just not learning anything, especially shopping, you know. The mum should be getting them engaged. Which tin of beans do you want? You point. That one? That one? Okay. Yeah, I'll put it in the trolley. And he puts it in the trolley. Get them engaged, you know, and then teach them how to grow food. All of these really, really useful, wholesome little bits of knowledge and experience. Pass it on to our children. We've just experienced a genocide of our elderly, you know, just less than half a decade ago, and a lot of them are of a certain age now where they're still going back for boosters, you know. So they would have been our elders, you know, our wisdom, our Google, you know. I'll never forget that. Where are we? Roman pagans killed Saint George, who was Greek, Turkish, Christian. Roman soldier killed by Diocletians, a Roman pagan dictator who asked him to denounce Christ. Yeah, indeed, Lulu. Yeah, I agree. Who cares what date? Yeah, it doesn't, you know, it's neither here or there to me. But what does bother me, what does piss me off, is them trying to push the whole happy holidays on us instead of happy Christmas or Merry Christmas. You know, they're trying to remove the whole Christianity element from British society, and I'm not happy about that. I'm not good with that, you know. So whenever, you know, so we need to be keep saying Merry Christmas or Happy Easter, or I mean, I could put you see that people think Easter and the you know, the egg, you know, it's got there's so much more to it, but people are just not interested. They're not interested, you know. What are the origins of Easter? And then you do a little bit more of a deeper dig, you know, and a lot of it spans from paganism. It does. I'm lucky where this is Boho Witchy. I don't know why I say that, because you can see it anyway. I'm lucky where we live. There's a small group of kids. They all play together. Oh, outside. That's how it should be. A few some up to the allotment with me. That's beautiful. Beautiful. You know? That's how it should be. All schools need to be teaching kids how to grow food. You know? And it'll be great for their mental health, because you're in constant and total direct connection with nature. I love it. Lisa Sheridan, the last time he came to see me, he brought a heap of Romas with him. You're being tested, Lisa, and it's a test that you will win, because you're designed to find solutions. You'll be fine. You will. You know you will. But to remind people, you all wanted to follow your own desires. No use moaning about it. Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, we are literally the masters of our own life, you know. people that go around blaming other people for the mess that they're in. It does do my head in a little bit, if I'm honest. You know, you're in charge of your own life. You're in charge of your own health. You're in charge of kind of who you choose to have around you. You're in charge of everything. And self-empowerment, being self-empowered, as long as you don't let it go to your head, is very powerful. Very powerful. You know, they start throwing these acts and statutes at you and trying to get extort more and more and more money out of you. Just tell them to fuck off. Own it. Own it. And you'll only build on that. You'll build on that and build on that. And before you know it, you're on it like a car bonnet, and you lead, and then you lead by example, you know, and people will pay attention. People can see strength. But to remind people, you all wanted to follow your own desires, not moaning about it. Yeah, I just read that, but I think I needed to read it again because I like it. Yet pagans has Ostara as a fertility ritual. Yeah, the whole the egg thing, and then the serpent that eats its own tail. Those two are intrinsically connected. Please do a little bit of research on that if you haven't already. All your egg bollocks came from pagan crap. That's what I've just said, Lulu. Yeah. However, it's also the egg is very symbolic in Judaism. I don't know if you knew that. Please feel free to look into it. I did do a video. No, I put something in. I think it might have been in the post section of the new KFC advert, and I put, because there were two different KFC adverts, and then I put two videos in there of two different people's interpretation of what they were seeing. Again, there are so many subliminal messages that they're putting out there. Like I said, as possibly some sort of rules of engagement where they've got to show you their hand, but you'll only see it if you're looking for it, if you're paying attention, which we are, you know. But the egg thing is an integral part of Judaism. Yeah, please feel free to check that out. Get them planting the potatoes with me. Got them planting potatoes with me. They keep asking to come up and help. That's lovely, yeah. But subconsciously, Boho Witchy, they're thinking, I really benefit from this. You know, every time I go and do this with Boho Witchy, I'm sure that's not what they call you, you know. Every time we do this, I feel good. They'll make a subconscious connection between, you know, how they feel at home and how they feel when they are with you in the great outdoors planting stuff up, you know. I fucking love it. I do. I love it now. Now that I've got a rough idea of what I'm doing, and this year, a whole new level, you know. I've had a second wind. Yeah, I don't get into the whole, you know, dishing out Easter eggs to people. I might treat myself to a Cadbury's cream egg because Cadbury's don't make the chocolate for that. And like I said, I've made it I've been very open about it, that I learned how to perform oral sex by practicing on Cadbury's cream eggs. That's a lie. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist it. I'm glad to hear your allotment is going well, Boho Rich. Yeah, so am I. So am I. You'll learn loads of little skills and stuff like that, you know. And plus you get to know all the gardeners, and some of them like properly keep themselves to themselves because they go there for the therapy of growing and nurturing and being around nature and to be away from people. But then you get other people there that are just, you know, they're beaming to sort of share their knowledge and tips and tricks with you. And they're the ones you want to be tapping into, people that have got experience with growing stuff. And I mean, there's been a few times where people have turned around to me and said, right, well, have you tried this? Have you tried that? And I thought, no, I haven't. And I've tried this and I've tried that. And sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. But most of the time, you know, sharing information between us, when as a collective, we've got so much fucking knowledge, it's unreal, you know? So we're all learning. We can only make each other richer, you know. I'm a very, very, very wealthy man, a very wealthy man, but I've got next to fuck all in my bank. It's not all about the wonga. Got my eyes, got my head, got my fingers, got my bread. I don't know the words to that song. So much to do up there. It's still a mess, but I've got 3 beds planted up and the greenhouse being prepped tomorrow. Good on ya. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to go away to the caravan this weekend, but I've got so much to do here. So much, you know. So I'm just going to keep cracking on and chipping away at stuff, trying to get stuff done. And I've come up with another supplement now that I'm making, and it's a marriage made in heaven, but it's not got a very long lifespan and it's quite clumpy, right? So my new, again, I've gone into if you look back at the last food prep shop haul that I did, which I think was at Aldi. I went through, I explained the health benefits of cayenne pepper, and then I went through the health benefits and explained the health benefits of pumpkin seeds, arguably the healthiest seed that you can possibly eat. Now, I didn't use my common sense and really think it through. So what I did was I got that bag that had pumpkin seeds in there. Again, if you grow one pumpkin, one successful pumpkin, the amount of fucking seeds that you get in one pumpkin is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. So I didn't really think about it. So I thought I want to make cayenne because of the health benefits, which are off the charts. Mix that in a capsule with blitzed pumpkin seeds. Now, what I didn't take into account, and common sense really when you think about it, is a lot of people out there use sunflower oils to cook in. They're very oily seeds. I even mentioned the fact that it's got a couple of particular fatty acids in there, fatty. So I blitzed that full 250 gram bag of sunflower seeds, blitzed it, and then added 2 pots of cayenne pepper. So it's more or less 50-50, right? But the health benefits of those two combined are spot on. But because of the oil content in the pumpkin seeds, it made it quite clumpy. So I've had to put it in the dehydrator, break it up a little bit, put it in the dehydrator again, break it up a little bit before I can put it in capsules. I'm going to put it into capsules tomorrow, and that'll be another extra supplement that I've made. I've got some great ideas for some new ones coming up. Yeah, most of the Easter eggs are made by Cadbury or Nestle, and both are using Bovea. Yeah. I don't believe you, Terry, about the cream egg. Well, you just have to take my word for it. You know, my tongue is so long, I can straighten my eyebrows with it. You ready? No. Doesn't matter. Star Moon Magic Raven. What a beautiful username that is. How lovely is that? We've got loads from Scotland. Yeah, much love, and thank you for joining us in the chat. You've got some very Christmassy little emojis there, which are bit early. You know, we've still got 8 months to go, but yeah, still lovely. I love that. You know, I love hippie type names. Whereabouts in the Highlands are you from? It's a busy time of year for gardeners. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It feels like I feel like I'm up and out there all fucking day long, and then when I look back, it looks like I've done nothing. But I know that once I've got on top of everything, it's just going to be a case of doing some weeding and watering, you know, and then planting stuff up from, you know, sprouts. I want to grow, for the first time, I'm going to be trying to grow cabbages this year. But I know that they've got a lot of, you know, there's a lot of little critters out there that love cabbages, but I want to grow my own organic cabbage so that I can then make my own sauerkraut, you know, because it just lasts. You know, this is what they've been doing for hundreds of years in some European countries. Massive barrels full of sauerkraut sees you right the way through the winter, and it's exceptionally good for you. It's got all the enzymes that you're you know, to have a really decent gut bacteria biome. Sauerkraut can provide that with those enzymes. You know, it's very gut friendly and lasts. You know, it's another form of preserving. We need to come up with as many ways of preserving as we possibly can. Lulu, is that the national strike in regards to council tax? If you can confirm that in the chat. I've got to make a grocery. I've got to make a grocery run. Back later. See you in a bit, Lily. Shop smart. What are you laughing at, Lisa? What have I missed? What did I say? Yeah, I'm in Roshire on road to Isle of Skye. Oh, that sounds remote. Lana, you know, you're from up there. That's like someone from Scotland saying, you know, if someone's like from Cornwall, you know, someone from Scotland saying to me who lives in the Midlands, do you know, are you familiar with blah 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 from Devon? But yeah, you're a lot. You're still closer, Lana, than I am. I'm planting veg and medicinal plants, but it's still cold and snow on mountains. Oh wow, yeah. It's not until we get to May really. This is so I've started. I mean, obviously it is the further down south, you know, in the UK, the more mild it gets. I mean, if we still had chickens, they would have stopped laying over winter. Whereas I knew someone that's got hens down in Cornwall, and their hens lay all year round. You know, so you go up to Scotland, yeah, it's fucking freezing. It's freezing, which is why I've started and I've grown, planted, and started growing quite a bit in the kitchen. I can't wait to get all that shit out in the garden because it's everything's starting to look too cluttered, you know. And clutter on the eyes is clutter on the mind. Well, yeah, keep going, Star Moon Magic Raven. Star Moon Magic Raven, are you female or male? I can't. I can see that you've got a little your thingamajig is there with a face in it. You see, I know what Michael looks like, because his profile picture is a picture of him looking extremely happy. So yeah, can you let me know if you're a lad or a lass? Because it's more of a girl hippie name, I reckon. Star Moon Magic Raven. I think we are going to support. Yeah. Well, I'd support it, absolutely. You see, strikes. They're just the people that wanted all of the power, and power is obtained now, and has been for thousands of years, through wealth. And these people have made all the money they need to make, you know. So if you go on strike now, they don't give a fuck. I think if there was a national kind of non-compliance of paying council tax, which is optional, it's voluntary, so is income tax, then that would ruffle some feathers up there. It really would, because the most valuable currency in the world can be fiat, right? But only fiat that's been earned from your sweat, from your effort. Otherwise, it's useless. This is why mortgages are a scam, you know, because that money was created out of nothing, and you pay that back with your graft, with your sweat, with your energy, which makes the money real to go back into the system again, you know. So they can't lose. And there are lots of people now that are basically saying, look, can you send me proof that I owe you this money? It's a bit more technical than that. I'd like you to do your own research. But if you've got a mortgage, look into it. That money was created out of nowhere on a computer screen. So if it was created out of nowhere and that money wasn't there to start off with, why should you have to pay something back? Because the law is like for like, you know. If there was nothing there in the first place, then you don't have anything to pay. On top of the fact that our governments just they just print money whenever they want, you know. This whole quantitative easing thing, both here and in pretty much most of the world. So if they can print money willy-nilly, which is what they've been doing for a very, very, very long time, then why do you need to pay taxes? Because they want you financially enslaved, which is the whole purpose behind CBDCs. Where are we? National strike. Although it's a national protest against the government, or anti-white racism, oppression of our people, tax rises, immigration, lack of housing, destroying of our nation. Yeah. And you know what? Isn't it mad? Isn't it mad that now, right, if we get pulled over by a cop, it wouldn't sound ridiculous now for, oh my God, look at that. How gross is that? Got another use for toilet paper, bear with me. Ugh. I look like I've had lipstick on. in I know all you lasses out there buy makeup, and it's kind of chilly red or autumn sunrise or some fucking stupid name for the colour of the red. I look like I've had slut red lipstick on and haven't managed to take it off properly. Gone. Yeah, so now it's you couldn't make this shit up. You could literally turn around to a copper if a copper pulls you over in your car, lock all the doors, and you just leave the window open a crack, right? And for the first time ever, really, we can turn around and say, "Is it because I'm white?" Mad. Yeah, couldn't make this shit up. Tomatoes, yeah, that's something I need to get to. Oh man, I made that mistake last year. I planted my tomatoes far too late. And again, there are loads and loads of really, really good tips and tricks out there to get the maximum amount of tomatoes. You know, you've got to be cutting some limbs off, and there's a science to it. You know, maximize your harvest. Yeah, the lack of housing. I'm seeing housing estates popping up left, right, and centre, but I don't think they're for us. Going from heirloom seeds, yeah. And the great thing about heirloom seeds, mate, is that whatever plant you grow, leave one to continue to go to seed, and then just save all those seeds, and those seeds will produce a better plant the following year, because the genetics of how that plant's grown in your garden, it knows where the sun's going to start hitting it, how long for. It knows all of this. It's all in the genes. It's all in the DNA of the plant. And then the plant gives you the seeds, and that information's passed into that seed. So you'd end up with better plants from the seeds that you've saved from plants that you've grown in your garden. You know, seed saving is just as important as growing your own food. You know, it's a case of just making sure that you don't eat every single one of your crops. Save one to go to seed for everything. Thanks, Lulu. I can't remember what it is you're saying exactly, Terry. Too. I when I go on one, and I forgot where I started. Watch that toilet roll hasn't been laced with chemicals, mate. I wouldn't put it past them. I thought about that. You see, my One Stop, you know, one of the most expensive toilet rolls that you could ever buy at one time was not Durex. Or will someone please put it in the comments? It was a toilet roll that we didn't used to normally buy because it was always too expensive. I'm sure it starts with a D. It's an you know, I mean, all of it's designed to wipe your fucking arse on or your snatch. You know, that's all it's there for. Andrex, thank you very much, Boa Hoichi. Yeah, Andrex at my One Stop, which is One Stops are you basically buy what's the name of it when you buy an outlet, but you've got to get all your stocks from there. Anyway, so One Stops are independent stores dictated to by Tesco's, right? Now, my One Stop, I mean, I've been going in there for years, and the Andrex is always on special offer, like £7 for 12 rolls, £7, always on special offer. So it makes you wonder what it might be laced with, because you're using that paper on very, very, very delicate and sensitive parts of your anatomy, you know, especially women, because you're using it both ends, you know, both sides. So I don't know, that's one of the reasons why I've not taken advantage of their special offers with xXx, because there's just something, I'm just suspicious about it, you know. Again, it's a multi-pronged attack on us, on our health. They want us dead, you know. So we have to try and stay one step ahead of them. And sometimes paranoia can be a good friend, as long as you know you're in control of it and it's not in control of you. Harvest, yeah, nettles. Now's the time to go and pick nettles, you know, and especially wild garlic as well, because I did a video a while back saying that there are certain things that are really difficult to get from foraging, right? And two of those things, the one that I'm going to be saying in a minute, what didn't enter my head really, it's not until I started making my own supplements that I started to realize or think about it, right? So two of the most difficult things to get from foraging or growing in your own garden are fats and protein. You know, you can get vitamins left, right, and center. Vitamin C is a piece of piss. There are rose hips everywhere. Fuck me. That took a long time, very long time. I've forgotten where I was. Yes. So fats and protein, right? So protein is still a challenge. You know, I have got an air rifle. I can get ducks. I can get wood pigeons if I needed to, squirrels, even rats. You know, so there are, again, and this is very sort of, you know, apocalyptic chat really, but you just don't know, do you? You know, I'd rather have the knowledge in there and kind of just square it away somewhere than not have it at all. And the other one was fats, and that's why I've always pushed coconut oil and ghee. Ghee can last decades, right? So when I started making my own supplements, and this specific one in particular was like an anti-osteoporosis supplement. But whether you've got the onset of that or not, you know, it could be prevention, but it's also good for your teeth, good for your nails, good for your hair, good for your bones, you know. But I've been needing to buy in magnesium to make these capsules complete, to make everything work, so everything works with everything, you know. And it also, with it all working together, it works to absorb into your body as well. So I've been buying magnesium in. So then I don't know why it's took me until now, you know, but apparently wild garlic is the king of magnesium. And now I've got 4 plants growing in my garden, but I am going to be just taking a drive out and harvesting a shitload of wild garlic leaves, you know, just even if I took one leaf off one plant at a time, so as not to bother them. I would where I'm going, that would still lead to 2 bin liners full. But I don't want that much. But I'll be bringing it back, loads and loads of leaves, because it's all in the leaves. Bringing it back, it's packed with magnesium, right? There are lots of different types of magnesium. You need to look into it, right? Packed with magnesium. I'll be bringing that back, dehydrating it, turning it into powder, and then putting it into supplements. And adding, my next supplement is going to be wild garlic. And again, it's so seasonal, it's so seasonal that it's something that I was going to take advantage of at the time and then put them to one side. So it'll be wild garlic and herb Robert, which I've also got growing everywhere. And if you look at the health benefits of herb Robert as well, I could have a range of about, 30, 35 by the time I'm finished. Coming up with new ones all the time. And these are great. It's a great side hustle. It really is, if you do it right. Where are we? I'm fed up year after year strimming the cunts down. I love it when women say cunts or cunt. I do, because there are so many women out there that just hate that word. They hate it. So every now and then, when I see a woman using that word, I find it hilarious. Where are we? The pony likes to eat them when they are dry, but honestly, it's a fucking pain. I think I've lost the thread on that. Both of these are excellent. Also, mycorrhizal fungi at root base, volcanic rock dust. Yeah, go on, Michael. See, my veggie patch now is a no dig veggie patch. So all you need to do is make a little hole to put your seed in, or your plug. If you're plugging, if you're growing them into plugs and then put the plug in there, just make a little hole for that. Don't dig it over. Don't dig it over, because you've created a permaculture, and that permaculture regenerates itself. So you end up with all of the goodness, all of the natural, all of the nutrients, all the minerals, all of the vitamins, all of that good stuff goes into your veg year after year after year. Don't dig it over. Just stay on top of the weeds that aren't any good to you and turn those weeds into compost, I've got some chicken manure. That's good stuff, but very strong stuff. Like I said, Boho, which I don't know if you're aware, when we first moved in here, we bought 3 hens, and the chicken shit it's so powerful that it can almost burn. It's really strong. It needs to be really, really sort of chopped down and diluted. But chicken shit is amazing. It's amazing stuff. Probably better than any other manure, in my opinion. Paranoia, heightened state of awareness. Spot on, Chelsea Star. Absolutely spot on. Again, but I think all of us have got a heightened state of awareness now. All of us, everyone in this chat, right? But it's finding that balance. Again, everything's about balance. You've got to keep it balanced. Don't let that paranoia take control of you, because that can run you down and into the ground, But we've all got a heightened sense of awareness now about the world around us, how things we feel it, and our peripherals like this, So yeah, there are benefits to paranoia. There are. Wild garlic mayonnaise. Oh, fuck me, Boho Richie. I like the sound of that. Yeah. Because I think garlic mayonnaise can be a little bit too garlicky, you know? Me, with garlic, I just eat chunks of it raw now every day. And I'm sound as a pound. I did it once, you know, and then kind of left it a day and then did it again. But because I've been taking it regularly now, I'm coughing less crap up and my nose is less, my sinuses are clear. And then once I've started knocking more and more of these cayenne pepper and sunflower seed supplements, that helps to clear your sinuses as well, along with 100 of other things, you know. But I just didn't take into account the fact that the pumpkin seeds are oily. So it's made the powder very, very clumpy. So these are all things you need to take into account. Wild garlic, Lulu, is usually, you find it in woodlands normally, sometimes along shaded riverbanks. So I acquired several wild garlic plants from a place and then put them in my garden, not expecting them to grow back because the family that they're from don't like to be moved around. You know, they're settled. They don't like to be shifted, and they've started to grow back, and they will self-propagate and self-propagate and self-propagate. So I'll end up with a little side patch full of wild garlic in a few years, which is it's a wonder food. It's right up there with nettles, two plants that are completely overlooked. You know, you can make it up. If you look at what's in the average stinging nettle, again, now is the best time to start picking them. If you look at the health benefits of wild garlic, of nettles and wild garlic, you know, they're incredible, and it's everywhere. And people just walk past it, which is good for us because we can stay healthy. You know, you start telling everyone that nettles is a superfood when the purse strings are very tight. You know, the cost of living is crucifying some people. We've got children now with fucking rickets in 2025 in a first world country. So you start telling everyone that that nettles is nutrition and it's full of antioxidants, blah, 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 blah. You get people going down there just taking bin liners full and then only using an equivalent to a carrier bag full and then just throwing the rest away. People like us, we take what we need. That's it, you know? Unless it's a shop. If it's a shop, anything goes. If there's 4 tubs of ghee left, right, and that's all there is, and you ask the shop worker, is there got any more ghee? No, that's it, mate. That's it. What you see on the shelf, that's it. Take them. Take them all. But when it comes to nature, just take what you need. Just what you need. That's it. Yes, milk thistle, blackberry is fantastic. And I've got my own blackberry bush now. I just need to keep it under control. Milk thistle is fantastic. It really is. I think if off memory, I think all thistles are edible. But milk thistle, very, very good for you. Yeah. And it grows all over the UK. Antiviral, anti-inflammatory. Anti-inflammatory is key. Because if you make your body, is it alkaline? Sort of anti-inflamed, if you like, cancer can't form. It can't grow. So anti-inflammatories, natural anti-inflammatories. Now, there was a point where I was thinking, anti-inflammatories, right? So why don't I start taking ibuprofen every day? No, look into it. Wow, Lana, I didn't know that. Cancer treatment, yep. Breast milk production, I wouldn't know, but I can imagine. Acne and diabetes. Don't see, nature provides everything you need. Everything you need. All you need to do is just polish up on your knowledge, polish up on your foraging skills. Foraging is going to be an extremely important part of your life moving forward. So the more you learn now by being out and about, whilst everything appears to be normal, you know, whilst we're not, you know, we're not walking around in utter chaos everywhere we go, you know, under, especially for women, you know, under the threat of being molested by someone that's from a fucking third world country, you know. So learn what you can about foraging and forage as much as you possibly can, and do research along the way of what it's there for. So you've got a very, very varied, natural, organic diet for free. And it gets you out of the house and it gets you in direct contact with nature. It's a win-win-win. I've got 2 elderberry bushes, Linz, the black ones. I think they're called Nigra. And again, you know, hey, it's what they're called. Don't fucking call me a racist. They're called Nigra something or other. So it's the black. I've got 2 black elderberry bushes. So all the leaves, well, it's not black. All the leaves are like a really dark maroon, you know. But the berries are the same colour, and I've never utilised a single berry off any of those bushes, but I will be this year. I'm hoping to make some elderberry tinctures because they last longer and they are the dog's bollocks. The alcohol draws out all of the really, really good stuff, so it's out in that tincture, you know. If you can find books on tinctures, buy one. I used spiced most days in my cooking. Hold on, let me just go back up a bit. I've been doing a lot of talking and not a lot of reading. But yeah, elderberries, Linz, they're such an easy plant to grow. It really is. And it doesn't really take that long really to mature either. Some of them are quite fast growing, but then they get to a certain size and then they stop, you know. But definitely a plant worth growing, full of vitamin C. I use spice most days in my cooking with Jamaican and Indian homemade food. So definitely, Terry, yeah. A nice bit of variety as well. The knowledge we pass on to each other is amazing. Always learning. Yeah, same here, Michael. Yeah, I've learned a shitload from you guys. I really have. And you've learned a shitload from each other. I found lots of elderberry growing wild in eastern Washington. If there are loads and loads of plants, Lillian, if you've got, just, you know, go armed with a little trowel or something like that, or a little shovel, and if you can find a relatively small bush, put it in a carrier bag. I don't think you have carrier bags over there. I think everything's in paper, isn't it? I'm not sure. I don't want to stereotype you. Put some soil in there, and then uproot the plant, put it in there, and take it home, you know, and plant it. Try and get as much variety as possible. But elderberries are great. And elderberry syrup, yeah. Strong nettle tea, keep in the fridge if your dog has itchy ears. Well, my dog, right? So Storm's had a problem with her ears since she was a pup. You know, it is a bit of an ongoing issue. I'm a lot more on top of it now, thanks to Lisa Sheridan, who she's got you know, she's educated in holistic medicines and stuff. So because Storm's ear canals are so narrow, the moisture builds up inside, and along with that, a bacteria known as I can't remember what it's called. Lisa, if you're still watching, so anyway, that bacteria builds up and it starts to fizz and irritate inside her ears. Now, because she can't get inside there and give it a good itch, she just claws and claws and claws, and she ended up with open wounds and all sorts. You know, it's a constant battle. So Lisa Sheridan recommended strong garlic infused olive oil. The olive oil's there as a natural conduit to deliver the garlic oil to the bacteria to neutralize it. And it's helped a lot, a hell of a lot. So nettle tea kept in the fridge. What's the application though, Lily? What's the application? Do you just pour tea into their ears or what? Just curious. Where are we? Another name for wild garlic is ransoms. If you want to look them up, I will. I will look up. I will look up Ramsons. I've never heard of it. Never. I've just planted some lemon balm seeds. Nice for cooking, but I don't like the taste of lemon in a savoury dish. But each to their own. But it's got lots and lots of other applications. So go for it, Boho Richie. It's all about looking at how much space you've got, how much space you can spare, and prioritizing. You know. And if there's anything extra that you want to kind of grow, try and find somewhere. Try and find somewhere where it's not going to get trampled on, and no one's going to look at it and think, "Oh, that's edible." That, you know, only you will know. So guerrilla gardening is definitely a very, 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 very important option if you've got it. Ibuprofen, awful on the stomach. Exactly, Boho Richie. And that's why I thought, right, because initially in my head, I'm thinking it's an anti-inflammatory, which is going to work through your whole body, right? Once it's absorbed through your liver, then cancer's not going to be able to form. But then you're going to fuck the culture up in your gut, and that is so important. It's so important that you look after your gut. You know, again, apple cider vinegar is just one of many. You know, a lot of these these probiotic yogurts and stuff, they're all fucking Bovea. You know, find another way. I have a video about cleavers. It's a spring tonic growing right now. I need to go pick some. But it's broad daylight where you are, Lily. You'll have to, if you can send me a little YouTube video or send me an email about the cleavers. I'd be very interested in that, because by the time this is done, I will have forgotten about it probably, you know. Is Sal Misra in the place? Hey, there she is. How you doing, Sal Misra? Everyone, just remember that this started out as City Prepping UK, and it gained so much traction so quickly that I had to change the name of the channel. And Sal Misra, if I remember right, was the one that picked rose hippie guy based on my enthusiasm for rose hips. Nothing to do with being a hippie. Mugwort. Is mugwort one of those that's really, really good for you, but there are similar species that look like it that are deadly? I absolutely love the stalks in broccoli. I've got loads of broccoli to pick. Honestly, if you get a decent broccoli plant, it'll keep coming back. That keeps coming back. You know, I'm getting fresh broccoli florets, and I get the leaves as well. The leaves are great. And I've been getting that every year now. Just plant it in a big pot. So if you forget to water it, the core of the a big pot, so it's a bit wide and deep, so that the core of the root system can still take up moisture from the center of the pot if you've forgotten to water it, because they are quite tough. And organic broccoli, seriously, it's fucking very, 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 very good for you. Really good for you. I absolutely love the stalks and broccoli. I chop it up and snack on it with a bit of sea salt raw. Yeah, when you get a broccoli floret and it's got a massive chunky stalk on it, chop the bit off that's clearly dead and sort of stunted, if you like. And then, depending on how thick it is, if it's like that, you know, if it's like an inch as you're looking at it, about an inch, chop it up into 4, you know, so cut it in half, then cut them in half again, dip it in sea salt and olive oil and roast them. They're gorgeous and really good for you. Don't waste anything if you don't have to. So many people just throw the stalks of broccoli away. It's such a waste. Nothing gets wasted here. Where are we? I dip raw broccoli florets in soup. Is that weird? Yes, it is, Michael. Yeah, it is. It is. It's odd. You know, when I finally get to meet you, I'm going to give you a big hug and tell you that you're unusual, and what unusual means that you are unique, and unique's good. So I'll make you feel happy about being odd, because raw broccoli it's fucking almost inedible, you know. But it's the healthiest way to eat broccoli, you know. You steam it, and a lot of the goodness of those vegetables has gone into the water, you know. So most vegetables are better off eaten raw. This is why I've never cooked any of my beetroot that I've harvested from my garden, any of it. What I tend to do is I'll get what I get out of the jar, you know, pickled jar, get out whatever I want, whatever I need, and then I grate it into a salad, and you're getting all that goodness, totally organic, you know. And beetroot's ridiculously good for you, and it's not really got that many pests that bother it. And the leaves, these beautiful, gorgeous, glossy leaves with these red streaks that go through it, you know, they're amazing in a salad. Absolutely amazing, you know. Nothing needs to go to waste. Yeah, raw is best. That's right, Lana. Yeah. Although in winter, I love to boil the stalks down into a soup with a few florets, stock, and garlic. That sounds nice. Yes, your gut is your second brain. 500 million on average. 500 million neurons that at one point, up until relatively recent history, Scientists only believed that neurons were exclusive to the brain. Yet they're found in abundance in your gut, approximately 500 million of them, right? But there are also neurons around your heart. So, you know, we hear these old words and these old sayings going back fucking eons, you know, like follow your heart, trust your gut, you know, look after your mind. It's come from somewhere, you know. I make kefir. Ferment the grains with organic milk for 2 days and you have a jar full. Then keep repeating. Right, grains with organic milk. Ferment. What grains though, Boho Witchy? Because I'd be interested in giving that a go. I've stuck with the milk man now as it's free of the juice. Brilliant. And the milkman, you know, that'll be a small family run business now. So you're supporting a local business as well, Boho Witchy. So good on you. My gut needs all the help it can get since having gallbladder removed. Doctor tried to put me on stomach protectants. That, I mean, even that, just stomach protect. I'm going to prescribe you with a stomach protectant. Probably aripiprazole, something like that. Am I right, Boho Witchy? Finding natural ways to calm it. Yeah, there's always a natural way. Ladies, while Terry is mentioning this, has any of you experienced any harassment or uncomfortable behaviour? Do you mean from our colonial friends, Linz? Be more specific, just so that folk know what you're talking about. I like being an oddball. There's too many normies. Yeah, me too. Yeah, we do stand out. We do stand out. But I think it does help if you're a little bit of a loner anyway, because you don't really give a fuck. You know, I'm not really, because I know I'm a good person. I know I am. And but then some people they've made the mistake of mistaking kindness for weakness. You know, that's happened a few times, but not very often. And they soon know of their mistake. You know. But I think most of us are what would be considered to society as a whole as being a little bit oddbally, you know. Yet in actual fact, we are literally the voice of sanity. You know, you couldn't make it up. You couldn't. No fucks given. I love that, mate. Man after my own heart. And that's how we should be, you know, just authentic. This, again, authenticity is authentic and being authentic and maintaining self-respect. Two very, very important aspects of good people, strong people, moving forward. You know, those two elements, because it makes you stand out, people will notice. And if you lead by example, more people will wake up. And that's not me just guessing or anything like that. That's just logical progression. It is. Candida, thank you, Lisa. Yeah. So in Storm's ears, it's a bacteria. It's a yeast infection. I know that ladies get yeast infections, you know, probably fairly frequently, you know, in the grand scheme of life. And it's a very similar thing to that, but in her ears. So I have to put olive oil in there, and every now and then just get a cotton bud in there and just sort of give it a bit of a clean, bring it back out again. But it's been a game changer, thanks to Lisa Sheridan, because she knows, you know, she's educated in that department. She's an incredible resource as far as alternative health and what's the other fucking word? I hate it when words elude me. It's fucking gorgeous, you know. You can tell the difference between organic wine and the other stuff. Oh, what's the word? What's the word, Lisa? When you've got, or when you're choosing alternative therapies, or trying to look at as many different options as possible. And we said it earlier on, you know, does my fucking head in when I forget shit. So yeah, you know, but again, you know, going back to, so apparently I'm going off track to come back on track again, right? So apparently they've passed laws now to stop spraying holistic. Thank you very much, Michael. Cheers, mate. I fucking hate it when I've got a word that's there, but it won't come out. There's about 20 words in my entire diction, right? In my entire vocabulary that I know, and I know where they need to go, when it's appropriate to use them. But will they come to the front of my mouth? Will they fuck? It's like that. Yeah. Especially on a live stream when you need it to come up. And naturopathy, not naturopathy. Yeah, so holistic medicine, naturopathy. There's a few others as well, you know. Anything that veers away from big pharma is more, that's something that I would encourage as many of you as possible to start exploring, because more and more people are losing more and more trust in big pharma. So they're going to want to go down a different route, you know. They want to go down a different path. Again, if you look at, because cancer is a massive concern right now, heart problems and cancer, right? So if you look at, again, if you go back to Dr. David Campbell's last video, it's quite informative. And again, this is all information that we need to be taking in. And that was quite interesting, you know. But yeah, if you, like I said, I'm going down the supplements route as a side hustle, one of probably about 7 or 8 potential side hustles that I can do, so that I can go off grid, so I don't have to be part of this fucking digital bollocks. You know, I'll be, you know, just, yeah, in society, but not in society at the same time, and leading by example. Nature is such a healer. A walk, rain, ocean, amazing. Making that connection builds intuition as well, especially with gardening and growing, or even a walk or swim. I totally agree. Yeah, I think if something doesn't grab me, right, then I lose interest quite quickly. You know, I think I've got a very efficient brain. You know, this isn't interesting me. So subconsciously, something's telling me it's not worth being interested in, you know. But if something really interests me and it's going to benefit me or benefit people around me, you know, and I enjoy it and I get something from it, I can't stop. And when you can't stop, you learn from a few mistakes, you know, you just get better at it and better at it and better at it and better at it, you know. The natural way forward is the way forward. You know, we can't be relying. There is a place for hospitals. There is a place for paramedics. You know, I wouldn't. You know, again, if you know, if I cut a main artery, I would know how to put a tourniquet on my arm. But even then, you can't leave it on there. You can't leave it on there forever. So the medical establishment does have an important part. Poisoning, you know, massive, big wounds, life-threatening wounds, broken bones, concussion. Well, there is quite a significant list. So there is a use. And even our GPs who caved in because Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca and Pfizer and, you know, and again, these are all names that so many other YouTube creators they just avoid saying because it's going to affect their income. You know, what fucking side? Whose side are you on? But even our GPs, they are useful, even though they were told, do you know how much we'll pay you if you keep, you know, every time you give someone a jab, we'll give you X amount of money. And I think in Ireland, it was something like 90 euro per shot. That's how desperate they were to kill everyone, you know? But GPs have got a use because they are trained to diagnose and they can diagnose, but that's it. That's all they're good for, right? And now we've got Israel getting involved with our NHS and China getting involved with our NHS. What the fuck's it got to do with them? You know, especially Israel, you know, with a massive DNA database with all your information on there. Israel, you know, and people think I'm a fucking conspiracy theorist. Nature, where are we? Yes, definitely a place for medicine. Prevention's always better than a cure. Absolutely. If we can be proactive, and we are getting there, Boho Richie. We're definitely getting there. I think more and more people are starting to look into stuff like that. This is why I'm saying try and get more and more knowledgeable on your herbs and your plants and you know, and stuff like that, and your roots and your fungus and all manner of stuff. You know, try and get really, really clued up on it, and then go down the homeopathic route, the natural route. The demand is getting higher and higher and higher for it because people don't trust the NHS or Big Pharma anymore. You know, and I think the only two books you really need to get started, just to get started on a budget. I did say I'd do a little short and just scan along all of the books that I've got, just so that you can research them yourself and have a look and think, yeah, that one sounds quite interesting. Yeah, that one, I think I could benefit from that one. But then not all of my reference books. So if you ever really just needed 2 books just to get started, if you've got no books at all, just the 2 books, the only 2 books you really need to buy, is that because it's pocket sized and you can take it out and about with you. You can start building on that, you know, start building on your food for free collection, because there'll be stuff I'll show you at some point, right? So that and that. I mean, I know that a lot of you guys have been out and bought this now, which is probably one of the most amazing books I've ever read in my life. I mean, I've not read it all. I've read sections of it. So you've got, so in the index, it's got A, B, C, D. I don't want to read out every single thing in there and then lose your fucking attention, right? So I'll just read out, say, 6 things in each category. So A, B, so C will obviously like cancer prevention. I'll read out 6 under each letter, right? So 1 out of each letter, 6 letters, just the first 6 letters. Right, so A. Oh, fucking hell, I don't know which one to choose. So it says choosing the herbs that heal, and then it's A. It's got aging, allergies, altitude sickness, Alzheimer's, I don't know what that is, angina, ankylosing spondylitis, whatever the fuck that is, arthritis, asthma, and athlete's foot. You see, that's just in A. I'll read 1 from the next 5. Fucking hell, it's even got breast enlargement here. Breast enlargement. So that was out of B, but I won't pick breath. Baldness, breastfeeding problems, bronchitis. C, cancer prevention. I'm just reading a couple out. Cold and flu, constipation, carpal tunnel syndrome. I'm just reading a few out. D, depression, diabetes, diarrhea, dizziness. Just reading a couple out. E, emphysema, erectile problems. I don't have that problem. Terry's a tripod. F, fever, flatulence, fungal infections. G, gallstones and kidney stones, genital herpes and cold sores, gingivitis, glaucoma, gout, Graves' disease, whatever that is. H, hemorrhoids, hangover, headache, heartburn, heart disease, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, hives, HIV infections, so AIDS, hypothyroidism. Then I'll just do I, and then we'll carry on talking. Indigestion, infertility, inflammatory bowel disease, IBD. What's the difference between IBD and IBS? Inhibited sexual desire in women. What? Surely you're not unless you're gay, you're not gonna have that, surely. Insect bites and stings, insomnia, intestinal parasites. I'm telling you. So this book is a Bible, you know. Parasites. So going back to what I was trying to say earlier on was that they've managed to pass a law apparently in Florida to stop them spraying the skies, right? And one of our little tribe told me about this, Annie, and I just said to her, I do believe that it's just tokenistic. You know, they apply so much pressure and people start to get so pissed off. Why are you putting this shit in the skies? It's fucking up the plants. It's fucking up the insects. It's fucking me up. I'm coughing all the time. You know, loads of people are waking up to that. It's another wake up event. You know, once people start turning around to people and saying, have you noticed that they are not the trails that are coming off these planes aren't dissipating? That's because it's not vapor. It's not vapor. It's the chemicals. They're spraying us with chemicals, harmful chemicals. Look into it. If you want any more information about it, let me know, and I'll send it on to you. All of it's, you know, confirmed. All of it's true. All of it's real. You know. So, just saying, a very, very short conversation like that with someone can get them to start looking up. You know, you will get your retards out there. They'll be like, "Oh, that's beautiful. I can do nothing process in my mind." You know, you will get people like that. But I think I did say to Annie that I believe that it's just tokenistic, just to appease the crowds for now. Look what we're doing, you know, like Trump getting rid of all of these gangs and stuff from South America and various other people. You know, it shouldn't have happened in the first place. So people are like, look at what Trump's doing. Look at all the amazing things Trump's doing. All he's doing is taking things back to pre-Biden and pre-Trump's first term. So he's not actually doing anything amazing at all. He's just putting some things back to normal, making you feel like he's making the world an amazing world when he's not. Like I've said before, and again, I know that this does sound very conspiracy theorist-esque, right? So we know that the CIA and other countries will have adopted that are all part of the Five Eyes, if you like, and extended, right? We all know that they've got a brainwashing system that they've built on for many years, you know, many years, 70, 80 years. Can someone tell me what it's called again? Because it's just gone. Fuck me. Where they put you in a trance, they brainwash you, a lot of these mass shootings in schools have been as a result of people that I believe, blah, blah, blah. A lot of assassinations have been as a result of people being under, blah, blah, blah. What's the name of it? Please put it in the chat. Another one that's just eluding me. So Operation MK Ultra. Thank you. How appropriate was that, right? So the one person that came forward to tell me has a username of Quiet Man. So he was just lurking in the shadows, just listening to us, you know, and reading the chat, you know. Thank you very much, Quiet Man. Much appreciated, brother. So you imagine, right? So MK Ultra has proven to be extremely successful. You know, almost flawlessly successful. So what's to say that they you know, they don't just stop at civilians? Because when I watch Trump and I see him, you know, doing speeches, doing interviews, blah, 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 it feels like he genuinely believes that he's doing the right thing. That's how he comes across. So what's to say that he's not been some form of MK Ultra victim? You know, and that he's allowing these Zionists to do whatever they want. You know, That's the only, because he is very believable. I can usually tell a liar. I can usually smell bullshit. I can usually tell someone when someone's not sincere, because you feel it, especially if you're a very open person. And he comes across as being very sincere in what he's saying and what he's doing and being passionate. But MK Ultra doesn't need to be limited to the layperson, to the citizens, to the average man and woman. It can be applied to anyone. And some of the people that are easiest to manipulate are people with massive fucking egos, and that's Trump. This sounds weird, but I remember the sun being vibrant yellow when I was young. Now it looks white. It's odd. Yeah, I've heard so many mad theories on that. It could be the amount of chemicals that we've got in the atmosphere. That, because I mean, sometimes, so when because the moisture in the air is that each droplet is like a prism, so it refracts light. So, how many times have you seen like beautiful orangey red sunrises and orangey red sunsets, and because of the angle that it's at the sky, you get different colors from the spectrum. So with all these chemicals that are in the sky, that can make it look the sun make the sun look less yellow. Does that make sense? But then I've heard people saying it's not the real sun. It's not the real sun. I don't know, but it also does feel, the sun does feel a lot stronger on my skin, and we're only in April, The Manchurian Candidate, yes. That wasn't that a film, Lana? But definitely, like, based on truth. So many films are, there are, again, they're showing their hand. It's like they have to show their hand. They have to say, this is what we're fucking doing. What's your counter? Like chess. So maybe, they've put a lot of information out, some of it to say, this is what we're doing. What are you going to do about it? But a lot of it is just programming, subliminal messages. You beat me to that one. Yeah, he was. Yeah, I knew that. I was expecting at least three or four people to come up with MK Ultra. I don't know why. It's just I struggle to get things from there out here. It's true, but I still have to squint even with sunglasses on. Definitely something to it. Yeah, there's definitely something odd, But then I do think that there are so many things you need to take into account, because the magnetic north is traveling exponentially, and maybe that is Armageddon. But that's left us with a weakened magnetosphere, so the sun is more powerful. The sun feels stronger. So yeah, wear hats. The best time to get your vitamin D is first thing in the morning, with an early sun and a late sun. Welcome back, Sal Misra. Where the fuck have you been? Where have you been? Where have you been? But yeah, there's so much going on, you know, and you could end up with mental, absolute fucking mental overload. But in the shower, did you feel unclean, Sal Misra? Did you not feel very fresh down there? You need Vagisil. Oh man. there's just so much very unclean. I wasn't expecting that response, if I'm honest. But yeah. Thank you for sharing. You can keep you don't need to keep flicking the flies away now. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, there's so much going on in the world now. We get bombarded with information, and it's a case of trying to work out what bits of information you think are real and what bits of information you feel is just utter bollocks, you know. And I think to a lot of us that our filter has become quite finely tuned, you know. But it's not always it's not always. Yeah, Michael, there has to be humor, because that yin yang sign is important. You know, we talk about some dark stuff, we try and make we try and make it light-hearted sometimes. We've got to throw in some humor, because it balances everything out, because we still get to talk about important dark topics, but we can still turn it around and have a bit of a crack about it, you know. Crack off the back of Sal Misra, which is no longer dirty. So good for you, Sal Misra. Oh dear, you know, it's yeah. I could have gone very, very carried away with that one, but I'll choose not to. Anyway, I'm just gonna go for to drain the python, and I'll be right back. I hope you haven't really got muscles like that, Sal Misra. Or is that an indication of what your right arm looks like now after a proper good fucking scrub down there? Yeah, all the veins are popping out in your arm because you've just spent 20 minutes of pure fucking scrubbing. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I'll be back. Yeah, when chicks put lipstick on, right? Oh, it's not enough. Oh no, 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 no. I want to outline the lipstick. So they put a liner around the lipstick as well. Well, this red wine has ended up sort of doing that, and it's been a right bastard to get off. But in the process, I was looking at how long my beard's got, and I just thought to myself, as a I could get maybe SIA certification and maybe do it like a just part-time security at one of these big supermarkets, Tesco's, Asda, whatever, and I never ever forget a face. Shit with names, but I never forget a face, which would make me a perfect security guard for shoplifters, So once they've kind of been ejected once, if I see them coming in with this, say in a couple of years' time, when it's like down here, I can just stand there in the doorway of Asda with a big fucking pole and just say, "You shall not pass." Oh dear. Oh, has Alan got a bit of a beard going on? Yeah, some women love a bloke with a beard, and then you've got some women that like a clean shaven guy, and then you've got some women that's like a little bit of a stubble, and then you've got some women that's like a moustache, and a little bit of a goatee. There's something for everyone out there. Everyone just like that. That's what I mean. That's what makes us all, the rich fabric of life. Because we all like something different. You've got some men that love, skinny women. You've got some men that love women that have got some fucking meat on the bones. Some blokes that like women that are, ultra feminine, and some blokes like women that are quite dominating and quite masculine. I'm not into that. I'm very, very traditional. I'm glad you like beards, Sal Mishra. I don't think mine's a very conventional one. It's not a very, because it's kind of like, it's almost like, it's more like an overgrown goatee, It is gonna come off at some point, or maybe just, yeah. Anyway, enough about my beard. But yeah, let me pour another drink. Fucking hell, this has gone down. I'm glad I've the downside to is that it? The downside to this particular wine, with it being organic, it's not very strong, and but it just tastes lovely. You can just tell. You can tell. I love red wine. Some men are into women who peg them. As a woman, I really can't get my head around that. Boho Witchy, for so that it doesn't come from me, for the sake of our audience, would you like to just explain in simple terms what that means? And I'll be right back. Yeah. Like I said, I'm a traditional man. I'm not into anything fucked up and weird. Not my bag. Come on, Sal Mishra, explain away. There are innocent minds out there that need to be corrupted with a new word, pegging. Right, and I know that. Well, I'd be very, very surprised if any of you guys, or any of the regulars at least, aren't filtering their water. I'd be very, very surprised. And a lot of people, I think most people have got Berkeys. Look, you know, if you're able, you know, if the bottom of your Berkey fills up within an hour from full, you probably need to change your filters. So I got chatting to someone in a group, and I was saying that that basically, if you put some sort of natural food dye in the top, if the water at the bottom comes out blue, then you need to change your filters, because you're not filtering shit. Not really. And these filters can be so expensive. This is why I think it does work out cheaper, really, and definitely more efficient and effective, guaranteed, to buy a distiller. I mean, mine's been going for years now. I've hammered the shit out of it. I use it every day. I save my filters for my Berkey in case of power outages. That's literally it. I'll never drink out of a tap. And one of the best dyes you can buy, so that you know you're not getting any shit in your system, not getting anything bad, so you can still drink the water now that you know that you need to replace the filters because the water's turned blue. Is it methylene blue? Methylene blue. But again, don't get carried away with that stuff. Don't get carried away with it. It should be something that you take now and then, not on a daily basis. Does anyone know what pegging means? I bet they all know, Terry. This is what I'm saying. Because you've mentioned it, I'd like you to explain what it is. I think so. Yeah, somebody, someone's obviously just. I think a few people have Googled it, but then there's quite a few people that can't Google it because they're watching this. But yeah, it's not particularly nice, you know. And I think, again, if what fucking sane woman, right, on God's earth, right, is going to go, yeah, that sounds good, you know? What self-respecting woman's going to go, yeah, do you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, I'd really like to. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Fill your boots. You know, I think we should do this on a regular basis. No one is. Because it's odd. It's fucked. But we're living in a world now we're living in a world of decadence, right? And decadence is one of the first signs of the end of something, you know, the end of an empire, the end of a way of life. It's a cancer, you know. Decadence is a cancer because it's where liberalism has just gone way too fucking far. You see, back in the day, if someone was to say to me, what are you? Are you kind of, are you left? Are you right? You know, I would have said that. I would have always said that I would have been right of centre, right? So a little bit conservative, but I've always been a liberal, a live and let live kind of guy. But you know, liberalism has been it's been left to just get carried away. You know, teaching children about masturbation, you know, as young as the age of 5, you know, and books that you know are about two gay dads, or my tranny dad, that's stuff like that. It's the education system and our kids that pisses me off the most. We're adults. We're in a position where we can decide, you know, what goes in our head and what stays in our head, and what's useful and what's not, what's sordid and disgusting and vile and what's not. And I'm not. And again, going back to trying new things with your partner, I think that's a great thing. You know, to keep a relationship alive, it's good to try different things. You know, it is, you know, a bit of role play, you know, mixing it up a little bit, you know, just to keep that alive, because intimacy is an integral part of a relationship, you know. But children don't need to be knowing about this shit, you know. So I used to be quite a liberal guy as well, you know. It's like, fuck it, you know, live and let live. If you want to be gay, fine, just fucking don't come near me, you know. If you want to be a lesbian, I mean, I've got a lesbian sister, I've got a lesbian niece. It just doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me, you know. It's not harming anyone, and they're in consensual relationships and happier than they were. So I've not got an issue with any of that. I'm a kind of a live and let live kind of guy. But I have got a big fucking problem with what's being taught in our kids' schools, and what's going into very, very impressionable minds, you know, that are soaking, and they know what age to sort of drill this shit into their heads. Because up until the age of 7, it's almost like they're on, they're in autopilot. They're just sucking up lots and lots of information. And then when they turn to 7, they go into a different mode. And that's where their personalities start to develop, you know, right the way up until they're in their mid-20s. By 30, most people should know who and what they are. So there's no need for any of this shit being out in our schools. And the fact that so many parents aren't saying anything or doing anything, or, you know, forming groups and fighting back. Because, but then when you think about the whole parent, you know, possession is 90% of the law. Possession, 90%. They own 90% of your child. Until you go to court and you stand there and demand and exclaim that you are the creator of that child. And that's where their law subsides and your rights and common law takes over, which is how it should be. It's far too much fucking overreach with our governments. They need fucking off, every single one of them. Mine's getting ready for charging. It's been 3 months. Charging what? Decadence historically is a sign of the end of an empire. Yeah, we're definitely at that stage now. Yeah, we're good. We're going to witness and experience the biggest shift in society in a way that's never been seen in recorded history. Because if you look back at, because they say that every 150 years there's a different sort of imperial power, if you like, takes over. And then 150 years later, that empire falls, and then another one takes its place, and then 150 years. That's kind of roughly how this has kind of panned out throughout recorded history. Or what do they call it now? Common era. Yeah, because they don't want to say since the year of our Lord anymore, which I prefer, even though I'm not a Christian. So I'm not entirely sure that that's actually been the case, because you look at empire after empire after empire, and you start really looking into it. Again, there's just been they erase evidence. We now know that on a regular basis they've just been deleting like a modern day version of book burning. There's so much weird shit, but they can't hide everything. There's no way you can sweep every single grain of dust under the carpet. It's impossible. There's always a trail. And there are a lot of very, very smart, very very clued up, eagle-eyed, eagle-minded people out there that are on it like a carb on it, and they're looking this shit up, and then they're sharing that information with other people, and then other people are kind of throwing their 10 pence worth in there, which is building a bigger and bigger and bigger picture, and then before you know it, you've gotten to somewhere close to the truth. And the truth isn't always comfortable. In fact, the truth is seldom comfortable. There are a lot of people out there that can't cope with change, set in their ways, right? So, and probably more now. Well, statistically, that's going to be the case anyway. So there are more people like that now than ever before, right? So when society does crumble, and it's going to, it has to. When society crumbles, these people are going to crumble with it, because they're just not prepared. They're not prepared for change. Yeah, a lot of people feel uncomfortable about change because you get comfortable with knowing what's what. It's the unknown element of change that freaks people out and does their heads in. And we're seeing cracks forming all over society, everywhere. People losing their shit, suicide off the charts. Yet there's nowhere near enough resources out there for people to get well again. It's just, here's some pills. Are they not working? Try these pills. Are they not working? Try these pills and those pills. Is that not working? Try these pills, but then stop those pills and try these pills. Instead of getting to the root of the problem. We need more psychologists. We need a shitload of psychologists within the NHS to help people get to the root cause of their anxiety and their depression. In most cases, it is genetic. You know, a lot of people with anxiety and depression stems from one of their parents being like that. You know, it gets passed down. But even then, you can have a parent that's like off the fucking roof, like my mum. And there's definitely some of my mum in me. But it's how you choose to take that forward. It's how you choose to conduct yourself. It's how you choose to be around other people and with other people. You know, everything's down to you. So even if you've inherited an addictive personality like your mum or your dad had, right, and you've genetically taken that on, it doesn't mean that you need to be a fucking smackhead or an alcoholic. You know, it's energy. You can just channel it in a different direction. You know, over the years when I've heard about people, abusing children or rape or violence or anything really, really negative, right? The whole, but he had a really, really rough childhood. If you want to fucking compare childhoods, you know, you don't know the half of it. But I've not turned into a kiddie fiddling fucking woman beating rapist murdering bastard. I've tried to channel all of that into trying to do something good, you know, learning from their mistakes, you know, making a few new mistakes along the way, but that's human nature. I still learn from it. I still learn not to make the same mistakes twice. If you continuously make the same mistake twice, 3 times, 4 times to infinity, you're insane, and you don't really belong in society because you're dangerous. My son's school isn't too bad. I asked for all the topics and what they would be discussing. They obliged, but I think secondary school is a different story. Got children identifying as cats there. Yeah, it's fucking spot on, Salmisra. I'm not a Bible studying man, you know. I've read little bits here and there just out of curiosity, you know, but I don't know a great deal. But the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is prophetically demonstrative of today's world, you know, a decline of a rapid nature that will be chaotic and violent. But yeah, I'm glad I'm not surprised, Boho Witchy. Boho Witchy, do you want to give me your first name? No one can track you down. I just or I can continue to call you Boho Witchy. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me that you've gotten involved knowing what you know. Carly, nice to meet you, Carly. It doesn't surprise me that you've got involved in because of, you know what you know. We all of us know so much more than the average Joe in the street does. You know, they're fucking oblivious. A lot of them are you know, some of them are coming around at different speeds, in their own ways, at different paces, you know, as a result of different things. But it is happening. You know, this great awakening it is really, truly a bizarre phenomenon. You know, where it doesn't surprise me that you've got involved, Carly, with your school, just to know what your son's being taught. But I think it's different depending on where you are in the country. You see, when I first lived in Nottingham as a child, we used to print. We learned to write in print. When I moved up to County Durham, Peterlee, we had to learn handwriting. It's so loud, it's so loud, it's so loud. See, how long can it take? You know? Fuck me. Where was I? Yeah, so there are some schools that, you know, and again there was that little lad that was suspended from school, suspended because he refused to recognise a girl that was a boy or a boy that was a girl, you know, and that kid probably has been raised right, you know. Don't take part in their stupid make believe fucked up world. Like I said, gender dysphoria, I do believe it does exist, but I think it's extremely rare. So it's so rare that it just there's no justification whatsoever for that to be taught in our schools. So all of this rainbow fucking bullshit, you know, it needs to be abolished, and eventually it will, because common sense will take over again. But that transition is going to be painful, you know, extremely. Which is why we prepare, just so that we've got that buffer, you know. We live in a fucking insane world. Insane. Absolutely insane. It's a giant open air asylum full of lunatics. I've seen society change over the years. People seem to be regressing. It's celebrity culture. They're all a big I am, me. Yeah, they are. Yeah, but it's quite a good way of indicating where someone's at on the ladder of waking up, if they're even on that first rung of the ladder, right? Because if they turn around and say, yeah, well, I watched a documentary on the Kardashians, or, you know, or I watched this, or I watched that, even the soaps, you know, a lot of these people are either completely gone, or they've woken up to some degree and it's been far too impactful on them that they watch this shit for pure escapism, because they can't handle the truth. Because the truth is really fucking hard to swallow. We as a collective, we've built up a tolerance for it. You know, we will have all have had one of those moments in our lives especially over maybe, the kind of last 5-6 years or so, we will have had a moment where we just had this fucking download of information that was very, very overpowering and very overwhelming. Like I said, I remember mine, and it couldn't have happened at a worse time. But here I am. I'm still alive. I'm talking to you, and more determined now than I've ever been in my life. But not everyone's like us. A lot of people out there, when things start to slot into place, it can be extremely overwhelming to the point where they just can't cope with the truth. And unfortunately, we end up losing people that could be joining the ranks and helping our cause further down the line. It's pretty fucked up. It's pretty fucked up. But I've said 1,000 times, probably literally over the last 5 years, we will prevail. We will, good will win. We will. But it's going to be, I don't think everyone really quite realizes just how fucking bad it's going to be, and it's going to challenge everything you've got, and if you can deal with it, on the other side of it, you'll be formidable, if you're not already, unbelievably formidable, because you will have gone through an emotional, physical and spiritual journey that has tested the fuck out of you, right? Like nothing else has in your entire life. Now, I could say, imagine waking up, holding your wife's hand while she's passed away in her sleep, whilst knowing all of this is happening and knowing why it's happening and knowing what's happening, having to deal with all that on top of that. You would think that nothing could get worse, nothing could be worse than that, and in many ways it can't, but if I can manage to crawl my way out of hell and survive that, on top of all of knowing, literally really knowing what's going on, crawling my way out of hell to have enough strength to put all of my armor on, ready to fucking fight. If I can do it, you can do it. When do you estimate it all happening? Oh, fuck me. That's a tough one. That's our Misra. Between the next 6 months and 18 months is my guesstimate, based on a myriad of things that will converge. And how our governments respond to us and how we respond to our governments and our invaders, that's the pinnacle of the timeline, really, because society. Last July, when those three little girls were murdered, and several other little girls were disfigured and psychologically damaged for life. That was England just giving a bit of a growl, you know. The capabilities of especially the British working class, because the middle class, not all middle class, because a lot of middle class started out as working class, and they just kind of, you know, they just become quite successful, and they became employers to, you know, to us. But the upper middle class to upper class to what they would call the elites, they've got absolutely no idea about what hardship is. They've got no idea what it's like to struggle. They've never experienced any you know, mental hardship. None. And that will have been passed down genetically. So, you know, you can breed certain things out of dogs. Well, by just by design, they've ended up breeding out, because of their level of wealth and power. They've bred out their sense of compassion, empathy, you know, all of those beautiful traits that good human beings have got. They've got none. So to us, we're just fair game. We're guinea pigs. We're cannon fodder. We're whatever, you know. They don't care. They just don't give a fuck, and they never will, because it's not in their system. It's not in their genes. It's not in their DNA. Imagine that, you know. And that can happen to some people over a short term as well. If you look at Starmer, if he was raised by two loving, you know, parents that were watching him like a hawk and guiding him, he would have been a completely different person. But because again, this could be another MK Ultra thing, because the guy is a cold-hearted cunt. That could be MK Ultra again, you know. We've seen photos of him like being really sort of cozied up to Jimmy Savile, and you know, and then Jimmy. Well, yeah, I don't want to go down loads of fucking stupid rabbit holes that you've already been down. All I'm saying is that we are, and I use the term very loosely because I am not ruled by anybody, and you shouldn't be either. You know. You when you truly understand what sovereignty is, you realize that you are not ruled. You are your own ruler. You are a god, you know, a creator. If you know, there's so much more to us, and we're understanding this as we move along. And again, I think this is one of the aspects of this great awakening that is behind all of these measures that they're putting in place. So we're not going to have a 99% of the country rising up, because most of them are fucking stupid, moronic, gormless, walnut-brained, fuckwit shit brains. Could have done better with that ending, but you get the idea, you know. But then there are so many more people that are waking. They are waking up. They are right, and it doesn't take anywhere near as many people as you think it does to get this shit dealt with. Nowhere near. So, although people aren't using the term "we are the 99% anymore," we are, but we just need more people to lead by example, you know, to practice what they preach. Not be all mouth. Not be some sad little fucking keyboard warrior, you know, criticizing people when all they do is go online, criticize, log off, go and knock one out in the fucking mum's basement, you know, or in the loft, in the bedroom, at 40 years old, still living at home. They don't qualify to criticize us. Nobody does. The only person that's qualified to criticize you is you, and that's what your inner critic. Your inner critic's there for, to keep you grounded. And yeah, we don't need that many people to rise up. We don't. Not nowhere near as much as you think. But they are continuing to rise up, and what they're trying to do is find that balance of the amount of people that are starting to, because they're harvesting data on a second by second basis. You know, they know every single video you've liked, every comment that you've put. You know, they know all of this. It's all open. You know. So there'll be loads and loads of people right the way across the societal structure that will be categorized, you know, Cat A, high risk, right? Ultra anti-establishment. Me, you. Then there'll be category B, category C, category D, category E. Yeah, that's probably it, you know. So they'll have all this information and all of this data on us. But then all of these other people that are waking up behind us will start to, again, this goes back to me saying about, make sure that if you see that little glint in someone's eyes, you know, whether it's an old friend or a family member or a work colleague or whatever, you know, if you see a glimpse of them sort of coming around and asking questions, make sure that you're giving them the truth, the absolute truth, something that is utterly verifiable, right? So don't keep going on about, I had COVID. I know I had COVID because the PCR test told me I had COVID. You know, don't fucking do that. Don't do that. Because all you're doing is making things more difficult. You know, you're preventing people that could end up waking up really, really quickly and joining our ranks, right? That are just going to keep going back for boosters. You know? Again, give me some fucking proof. Give me some fucking proof that it existed. You know, that price for someone to prove that that particular the COVID-19 in its purest form was isolated in order to create a vaccine, which was the traditional method, apparently, is now $1 million. It's at €1 million because it was someone like me, it was someone like you that thought this is a load of bollocks. You know, they put all the pieces together in their head and came up. You know, they put 2 and 2 together and made 4. You know, when we're surrounded by people that are making 5. So if you still think COVID existed, COVID-19 existed, right? So when they said the coronavirus, right? Whenever they used that term for people getting sick before the rollout, they were accurate. They were accurate because I'm not sure if there's something around 11 different strains of the coronavirus, right? And the common cold is one of them. So you've got different variants of the common cold. And a lot of the time, when you're ill, it's because you're just deficient in something. A lot of the time, if you get cancer, it's because you've been deficient in something and you've just been eating shit and doing fuck all, sat on your arse, doing shit when you should be moving, staying motivated, trying to work up a sweat on a daily basis and eating well. You know, it's in some ways it is a shame that we live in the hemisphere that we do live in, because we've got a very short growing period, and the vast majority of us live in the city. So we're city preppers. We've got our work cut out. We haven't got a homestead, you know. So we've got to learn to forage and then work, try and build relationships with our neighbours to keep our neighbourhood safe, and whilst we're doing that, continue to plant seeds. Planting those seeds is so important. I know I go on about it, but I go on about it because of its importance. It goes in, you know. But then again, you know, leading by example is a challenge, because you stand out and you take more risks. And one of the problems that we've got are people thinking, oh, no, it's too stressful. Oh, no, there's too many consequences. You know, if the world was full of people like that, we would be fucked instantly. But we're not. We're not, because there are plenty of people out there like you, plenty of people out there like me, you know, that are adamant, and we stick to our guns. You know, we don't, you know, there's no compromise on the truth. You can't compromise on the truth. The truth is absolute. So just make sure that whatever information you're passing on, or whatever you are, or whoever you are as an example, own it. You've got to own it. Come hell or high water. Own it. And people will see that individualism, the fact that you don't give a fuck that you're different to other people, you know, that you carry yourself with confidence and determination. People feel it. They see it and they feel it. You know, they feel it. The whole chemistry thing, the whole aura thing, people pick up on it. They pick up on it. They do. And some people will end up feeling sort of kind of uneasy around you, because you are confident in your conviction. And your conviction is a search for the truth and a fight for freedom. Or a fight to maintain your liberty. Not a fight for freedom, because you're already free. Anyway, let's do a Q&A. I would really appreciate, I've got 16 people watching now. I would really appreciate it if you would just throw some questions at me, and because I thrive off that. I thrive off it, you know. I think some people may feel a little bit intimidated by throwing a question like that out there, you know. Ask me anything, that sort of thing. I'm not intimidated by that. I thrive on that. And it's not an egotistical thing. It's leading by example. So ask away. Any questions? Just give me a question. Anyone, give me a question. Something you've thought about, something that you've thought, am I alone in thinking this, or you know, any doubts that you've got in yourself? Don't doubt yourself, because as long as you look after your gut, right, and you try and keep fit so that your brain's healthy, you're unbreakable. You're unbreakable. You are. If you have absolute conviction and determination that what you are doing is right, you wouldn't believe how much power that gives you, you know, to the point where you're almost protected. I hope that makes sense to someone, you know. As long as you're on a righteous path. Yes, we do, Michael. We do. We can't stop. I'm shopping for clothing patterns for cloaks. Lily, that's probably one of the most random fucking comments we've had in the chat so far. Because now I'm picturing you with some sort of, you know, you've created some sort of some sort of like Harry Potter. Oh, you can't fucking see me now, can you? And just go into Asda or Tesco's, just pilfering shit. I prefer the word pilfering to theft. It just sounds more acceptable, you know, just grabbing stuff and put it in underneath your invisibility cloak. Have you patented an invisibility cloak, Lily? Just out of curiosity, if you have, you need to get your fucking merch section going on your channel. I'll buy one. I'll buy 3, just in case I rip one, or I'll wear all 3 at once. You know, like triple invisibility. Go around kicking police in the bollocks. No, I shouldn't do that. Again, you know, going back to the police, you know, we just going back in time. Do you know what, Lily? That is the worst possible thing you can do. Because all you'd be doing is delaying the inevitable and changing elements of your past that were painful, that then won't make you into the strong person that you are today. So going back in time, cloak is not a good one. Warm in winter though. I like that. Yeah. It's like, right, winter's, because I fucking hate winter. I do. It's quite pretty when it's snowing, you know, when everything's blanketed in white, you know, it is a sight to behold, right? But nothing's growing. I can't grow any food. It's fucking cold. It's damp all the time. I don't like the cold. I don't like the damp, you know? I don't like the short days, all that shit. So yeah, just like getting to winter and then going back into summer again. That's probably literally the only appeal. But then you just end up in a groundhog sort of scenario, which is really unhealthy for us. Could you ever see yourself living in a commune off-grid and completely outside the system with like-minded people? That's not an easy. Right. So firstly, you run the risk of being around loads of other people that want to lead, right? My vision is that everyone is equal and it's a cooperative, right? Whereas in a commune, you've usually got one person, but this is my land. I bought it. I paid the most for it. It was my idea. I'm the boss. You know, people like that. That's one risk which can cause problems, right? Everyone should be equal. But everyone should also be contributing equally as well. So if some people have got the inability to do that, someone else can do that that's got the ability to do that. We'll find something that you have got the ability to do. So everyone is contributing. Some people will say, isn't that communism? No, it's not. It's a cooperative. A cooperative society is the healthiest form of society. Hinduism has already got that in place. So you've got your farmers, you've got your cleaners, you've got your cookers, you've got your politicians, you've got your warriors, you've got everything within Hinduism. It's a completely perfect structure. So I would struggle to be in a place where someone has an ego that's so inflated that he thinks that he is the god of a commune. There would be, yeah, it would just be a matter of maybe a couple of weeks before I just completely knock him out. And as far as being off grid is concerned, I've put everything that I can possibly imagine into place for me to be off grid in the middle of a pretty big town. If I had the same setup now in a major city, the system and the situation would still be the same. I would still be able to operate outside of the system. I think I'm 95% ready to operate outside the system. So when I run a prepping YouTube channel, you can't be putting stuff out there and opinions out there willy-nilly if you're not prepared to go the whole length, right through, and that's what I intend to do. That's my intentions, and that's what I've been building on for the last sort of 5 years, really. There were some things that I'd not taken into account. Right up until Sally going into an end of life ward, I thought there was hope there. Right up until that point, and so that was a giant fucking spanner in the works, that, because I was aiming for me and Sal to kind of live off grid in the middle of town, and not pay water rates, electric, gas, council tax, and anything else that these fucking parasites are sucking out of us, most of which are voluntary. If you're looking into actual law, if you want to start saving money, start looking into the law, not the legal, the law. Legal is built upon the law. Legal is acts and statutes. None of them are proper laws, you know? So if you want to end up taking your council tax money, again, it takes balls initially, and then get over the fear of that. Again, consequences. People allowing consequences that haven't actually happened to dictate their actions. So if you imagine how much money you'd save on council tax and water rates, they're the two that I would start on, right? Imagine how many preps you can buy with that saving. A couple of kilowatts of solar power, half decent battery bank system, really good quality inverter or several, you know, dotted throughout your house. There's so much you can do whilst living in a city, which is why this channel was originally called City Prepping UK, because I knew it was doable. Everything is doable. It just takes conviction and self-belief and strength. Any more questions? But yeah, Michael, the answer to that is I could give it a go, but I wouldn't risk getting rid of all of this and getting rid of, you know, selling the house and then investing every single penny into a commune that could be run by some sort of fucking Hitler character that I'm just going to want to just jump up and down on, you know. So it's not, I can do that without being in a commune, you know, just doing what I can, and then working within law, not the legal, working within the law to be able to sustain myself permanently by having lots and lots of sidelines to fall back on and running them all simultaneously. You know, leading by example. Any more questions? Chuck something fucking profound at me, you know? Give me something to chew on. You see, you've got the Woodlander. Please give me some questions. So you've got the Woodlander. Now, the thing about that is that you've created this commune, you know, and if you've got, say, I don't know, 40 people that are part of this commune, and everyone's grafting, everyone's growing in more ways than one, you know, and everyone's trying to make it work, and everyone's trying to find like a niche or a slot that they kind of fit into well, that they can do well, you know. So everything runs nice and smoothly. You get 200-300 people turn up because they can't afford to eat anymore. All tooled up, all of them tooled up. You're fucking wide open. You're wide open. like you are with an allotment. An allotment is good for maybe the next year and a half, you know, to learn some skills and grow as much as you can, preserve as much as you can. But after that, you know, when people can't afford to go to the shop and just buy basic foods anymore, because inflation's gone so far off the charts, or because they are now in a CBDC digital era where everything's programmable, and it, you know, all of a sudden computer says no, right, so I can't buy any food for my kids. If I had kids, I'd be going into supermarkets left, right, and centre and just robbing them, along with everyone else. Now, allotments, you don't just get one allotment plot in the middle of nowhere. Allotments are a succession of allotments, and anyone that lives in that area are going to know that those allotments are producing organic vegetables and fruit. Some even, you know, eggs, quail, rabbit. You'll be a target. You will, at least in the short term, until everything balances back out again, which is going to take time. Thanks for your opinion and honesty. I have to keep it as an option if things really, always keep it as an option, mate, because on the flip side, provided that the whole of the commune, if you like, so when I think about communes, I think about cults, you know, like fucking Waco, you know, that's what I think of. So that's why I prefer to use the term co-op. So everyone's kind of contributing, everyone is equal, and everyone is there for the benefit of their brothers and sisters, you know. That's my vision, you know, a cooperative, a commune. It throws up all sorts of fucked up kind of, you know. But on the flip side to that, if you're all trained proficiently, get this right. So I was because I've war gamed so much. You just wouldn't believe. Some people would think it was quite sad. I don't think it is. I'm not just a prepper. I'm a survivalist. I've already crawled out of hell, you know. There's very little that life can throw at me now. You know, my childhood, there's very, very little life can throw at me. Going to jail, spending 6 months in jail, 4 different jails in 6 months, you know. Most people go to an allocation jail, then they get allocated to a jail to serve out the rest of their sentence. That makes it easier. I went to 4 different jails in 6 months. That was hard going. So my life has been quite a battle, you know. And then you know, this fucking shit, it's like it's never ending. But I keep fighting. I'll keep fighting, and I'll never ever give up. There was that one fucking night in my whole life, you know, where I was just ready to tap out. And I just wanted to make sure my girls wouldn't dehydrate to death, you know, and wouldn't starve to death, and that no one that I loved was going to come into, because there were a couple of spare keys out to people that I trust, my stepson and my mother-in-law. And I didn't want any of them to come in and see me, you know, hanging. And I tried to put those things in place, and then that was it. I was up. I was about to go up the stairs, ready to finish it, you know. Next thing I know, the house is full. So whether that is some sort of like, you know, I don't know. But since then, I've just got stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. I'm still scarred. You know, my armor's not shiny, and it's got loads of dents. It's like the scone and scone thing, you know. But it's integral, and it's good to go. So no matter what they throw at me, I'll deal with it. It doesn't matter what it is. And I've very gradually put myself into a position where I can survive off grid. I can, in the middle of a town, a big town, you know. I've gone right off topic there. So I've wargamed so many scenarios. I know that it doesn't matter how many of these fucking invaders, if they decide to attack my street, it doesn't matter how many there are. I've got plans in place to take out multiple threats. Yet if the police came into this house now and gave it a thorough search, the loft all the way down to the garden, right, they'll find nothing illegal, nothing. It's about using things that are legal and lawful and thinking outside the box. So I was talking to my dad about it, and I was just explaining one of many. So I'll just let you know one. You know, again, never give away your defense mentality to anyone. You know, unless they are very, very close to you. So it was a case of several people with air rifles cracking, loading, clipping, firing, and then you step back. And then whilst you've been firing, you've got people with crossbows that have been loading, moving forward, but lower, crossbow, firing. And then as they move back, you've got people with bows and arrows firing. And then as you step back, you've got people moving forward with rifles, with pellets, shooting. And then if they still keep coming, then there's another option. And it doesn't mean hand-to-hand combat. It doesn't mean that at all. But it will be devastating for them. Absolutely devastating. And again, this is why I've got comms, because when or if or when that new estate down the road turns out to be some sort of fucking barracks, I will be going around all of my neighbours and explaining to them what's happening, what the threat is, and if you're interested in being part of a group where we can, you know, meet up. You can even deem your house as a church, which will then make you you won't have to pay council tax. So you can do it that way. You can either refuse to pay council tax because it's a voluntary tax, but they'll hound you for it. So it's whether or not you've got a pair big enough to fucking deal with them. The bullies, you know. I've dealt with bullies. Yeah, I got bullied at school. I got bullied at school until I fucking didn't. Until I'd had enough. Never got bullied again. Never. That's when I realised I could fight, you know. So you'd need to kind of try and work your immediate neighbourhood out, you know, and just say, look, these are all the things that are happening in highly multicultural areas, and this is a threat that we face in Long Eaton on this street because it's just down the road. And this is one of the reasons why I bought comms, because we can agree on switching to a specific channel. Just agree with us, away from our phones or any listening devices, and spread those comms out amongst the street, and have one person on watch all night long. You know, again, I know that this to some people this sounds like fucking bonkers, batshit bollocks, but I don't see it that way. You know, I want to have as many angles covered as possible. There's no point in having a fucking prepping channel, right, if you're not going to try and be prepared for as many potential outcomes as absolutely possible. You know? And I've got enough walkie-talkies to go around so that we can communicate without using our mobile phones. You know? Untraceable, unfuck-upable, unless there's an EMP. But then I've got a plan for that as well. I've also got a plan if there's a nuke. But then, as workable as that plan is, would I want to live in a world where I'm just surrounded by complete and total devastation and possibly some sort of radiation fallout, you know, that's going to kill me slowly, you know? But I've got a plan. I've got a plan for everything. I wish you'd ask me some questions, guys, you know? I wish you'd ask me some questions. Yeah, Michael. Yeah, I mean, a commune, like in the short term, but then by then you will have committed yourself to some degree, whether that be financially or materialistically. Without giving up too much info, I'm thinking of keeping overspill preps in my loft. I would have to build a room within a room so it's insulated from temperature extremes. Do you have any tips? There aren't any tips, because even if you build a room in your loft that's completely insulated, over long spells of heat, that isolated room, that if you build an insulated room, that will get up to temperature the same as the loft eventually at some point, you know. But then it will take a lot longer for that room to cool down before the rest of the fucking loft does, you know. It's not very straightforward. It's not very simple. You see, the loft is storage. You know, it's extra storage, but it's very impractical for food long term, unless it's, you know, rice, pasta, stuff like that. You know, heat doesn't really affect the food that much, but it does affect the packaging. You know, going from very cold extremes to very, very hot extremes, the packaging of your dried long-term food preps in your loft, the packaging will start to deteriorate. So you end up with microplastics in your fucking rice and your pasta. So Yeah, it's not ideal, mate. Is it better to store outside in a shed? Spot on, Lily. Yeah, you need to insulate your shed. Or if you've got a shed that doesn't get much sunlight, if you can have a shed in a very shaded area, if it's shaded, then yeah, you could, yeah. Because I did an unveiling of I think it was it 2020? I opened a tub that I'd put away. Bear with me, because I don't want to tell you an untruth. Eighteenth of the 10th, 2020. Yeah, I mean, like, talk about being fucking specific. You know, now I just put the month and the year on a prep tub. That's it. I put the month and the year on a can, you know, with permanent marker pen. That was the 18th. Fuck's sake. The 18th of October 2020, and I opened that tub up and did a video on it, and I'm still working through a few bits and bobs, like the like kidney beans. Kidney beans are, you know, they are good for you. They are a good source of protein, but you've got to be so fucking careful with them, you know. Just if you've got any stockpiled, any kidney beans stockpiled, they'll last for a very long time. But you need to soak them overnight. Just soak them, even soak them for maybe 24 hours, but refresh the water, you know, and then cook the arse out of them. Otherwise, they'll cause you some problems, you know. But yeah, the 18th of October 2020, and that tub was kept in a storage, like a little storage unit thing at the bottom of the garden, adjacent to the shed. So, but it hardly gets any sunlight there because of the evergreens, the trees and stuff, and the way the sun moves around from behind. And the food in there was, yeah, perfectly edible, you know. And that was what, like 4.5 years ago. So you'd be surprised. An outhouse lens is definitely a better option than your loft, unless you've got a window like is it Velux, the Velux window, where it kind of it's typical for a window that you'd have on your roof. Unless you've got something like that to sort of like send air up through the entrance to your loft and then out through the loft, so you've got ventilation. Unless you've got that heat is so incredibly trapped in your loft, so it's cooking food in your cans, it's cooking food in your tins, you know. You've got to do everything you possibly can to try and minimize that from happening. So an outhouse, yes, would be definitely better, because you can ventilate it, you know. But even then, if it's in direct sunlight, it's going to get warm in there, because you've got there's no hole in the roof for you to ventilate the heat. It just builds up in there. This is what we're up against, you know. And again, this is another reason why I would recommend that you either get some solar panels and a decent battery bank, powerful enough to run your fridge during the warmer months, because that's the only time you'd ever need it, you know. During the winter, you can leave anything perishable, you can leave it outside as long as it's protected from critters and stuff. You can leave it in your garden, you know. It's during the summer, which is perfect for solar, because that's when you're getting the most amount of sun and the most amount of daylight. So then that battery bank can power your fridge through the night. And you'd be surprised at how little your fridge requires in power. Yet it can keep all of that meat, all that veg frozen and fresh, you know, with very little energy. Your fridge is the most important thing, you know. So if you're having to go out and find your own source of meat, like ducks or whatever, you know, leave that open to your imagination. You're going to need to try and keep that meat fresh. Yes, you can dehydrate it. Yes, you can salt it. Yes, you can smoke it. But there's nothing better than freezing it because it's in cryostatus, you know. My friend buried a metal garbage can. I was just going to say that, Lily. That is an option. It is an option and a very, very feasible one. You don't need to bury it all the way down. You can leave it so that it's got maybe 4 inches of the tub above ground with the lid sealed, you know, a tamper-proof tub so that it's sealed, properly sealed, and have that 4 inches above the ground so the rest of it is buried. That'll keep everything cool. And it's just a bit of digging. But that is definitely but if you are burying a tub of food under soil, then that's soil that you could grow crops in that are fresh and healthier. So it's working that balance out, you know. Do I bury a tub here, or do I plant a fruit tree that's going to give me food forever? You know? Where are we? Okay, I thought a loft room was a non-starter, but I hoped someone would have known how to make it work. If you could get some sort of air conditioning in there, an air conditioning unit in that room, in your loft, then you could utilize that space. But air conditioners use up a ridiculous amount of fucking energy, mate. Ridiculous. So it's not possible, I'm afraid, Michael, unfortunately. It's a great place to store your stuff in the freezer during the winter. It's bang on, especially vegetables, you know, so you don't end up filling your fridge up full of like or your cupboards up full of dehydrated food or pickled food or whatever that you've grown during the year that you've not like consumed. Things like potatoes, onions, things like that, you know, just put shredded paper or straw in your loft, and those vegetables will keep for months and months and months up there, you know. So yeah, your loft can be utilized. It's just not very good during the summer because it's just a heat trap. Set of fire would have them again. Set of fire. I don't get that, Linz. Can you elaborate, sweetheart? A set of fire wouldn't have them again. On the roof, that is, lol. Set of fire. Do you mean set of 5? I don't get it. Elaborate. And please, tribe, you know, think of some serious, proper questions, and then I'll move on to just talking. I want to be challenged, you know. So that it's a self-affirmation thing, I think, to know that I'm on the right track by being able to answer your questions now, you know. I'm just going to go for a slash and a top up. I'll do. The solar panel, equipment, batteries, generator, etc., had a huge fire in the loft, left a big hole in the roof. I'm assuming you say big. A big hole in the roof. Now I have a complete new roof. Yeah, I mean it's kind of, yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that bit at the bottom. Yeah, look, you know, solar is what pisses me off is that I know that 0 point energy exists. I know it does. I know it does. And we developed the ability to harness that years and years ago. Battery powered fucking cars were around, you know, nearly 100 years ago. You know, there are so many amazing ways to live without fucking the planet up. And but then even coal, you know, burning coal, the more coal you burn, the more plants there's going to be. The more plants there is, the more oxygen there is, and the more oxygen there is, the healthier that you are, and the less diseases you have. You know, especially respiratory. You know, yeah, there are other forms of pollution, but again, 0 point energy exists. Harnessing electricity from the ether is happening, you know. So there are just so many. We live in a world full of greedy bastards and shareholders and stakeholders. They just want to see a massive return, you know. And so I'm not a massive fan of solar panels, even though I have got a kilowatt or 1,000 watts of solar. I've got a decent, a really, really decent sine wave solar controller and a decent inverter. It just needs connecting up. That's all. And that will happen when the time's right. But solar panels, again, they've got a finite length of time that they work. You know, after about 30 years on average, they start to become, you know, less and less productive. And they just go downhill and downhill, along with the batteries. Now, we live in an era where we do have the technology to be able to just charge from the ether, you know, literally. All of our houses could be set up so that our house, everything that runs in our house, because there's a ridiculous amount of electricity in the ether. Mad. So look at my hand. There's enough electricity in my hand to power this house. You know? But because it can't be metered and you can't make money off it, they don't want that technology getting out to the people like us. They just don't want it. They want to keep making money. And then when they've made a ridiculous amount of money that it can never ever be spent in a human lifetime, and they've done all the things that they could possibly imagine that they could ever want to do, you know, including some sick, twisted fucking shit as well, you know. What's left? Power and dominance. And I'm having none of that shit. So anyway, go back to solar panels. Yeah, you know, they are good for the short term, but eventually, you know, they're not recyclable. They contain forever chemicals that are going to poison the fucking ground for God knows how long. They're just not a great long-term solution. We're looking at going back to the dark ages and then going to bed when it's dark and then getting up when it's light and grafting in between. But as a community, as a cooperative community, we don't need energy. Having said that, if you look at what the possible global population is of around 8 to 8.5 billion, again, I know before anyone jumps in there, have you ever counted them? No, I haven't. And their approximation of there being 1 billion people on the planet in 1850, and then trying to use common sense on how fast we reproduce, 8.5 billion sounds about right, you know? So it will get to a point where this world can't, without compromising nature and the balance of nature, it can't sustain, you know, an X amount of people anymore. It can't sustain it. Especially when a massive chunk of those people don't give a flying fuck about the planet. You know, they don't give a shit, you know? They don't give a fuck about anything but themselves. That's it. Blinkered fuckwits, you know, don't care. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't care about the planet. They just care about what car they drive, how big the house is, you know, wearing designer labels. That's it. Shallow shit, you know? And then you've got countries that are just producing so much fucking plastic, but then they haven't got a very efficient refuge collection system because it's the third world. So all of these plastic bottles and all this crap goes into these rivers to the point where these rivers are completely and utterly lifeless now. You know, you would think that some element of common sense would be in there somewhere, to the point where they're thinking, hold on, we can't fish in this river anymore. And everything, all the fish that we've seen for the last sort of 3-4 years have all been on the surface, dead, in amongst the plastic bottles. You think people would start to put things together, you know? Again, don't compare yourself, or don't compare other people to yourself, because you're just setting yourself up for pure disappointment. The solar panel equipment, batteries, generator, etc. Yeah, that's a big loss. I wonder if were you covered by your insurance? Fitted by the council, they supplied the panels. Ah, right. So it's rented then, Linz, because I think in a lot of places, the regs for making your home as green as possible, whilst, you know, coming from people that are flying around the world in private jets and fucking hell, you know, the hypocrisy. But as a private homeowner, you can get solar panels fitted for free, and they'll fit them for free. But then you enter into a contract with them, and that contract can be 10 years on average. So for 10 years, you can't really sell your house because you've rented your roof out to these people. They make it sound great. They make it sound really, really viable. And it is, because if you've got them positioned in the right place, it can bring your electricity bill down, but nowhere near as significantly as you think, because most of it's fed back into the grid, you know, and the company that puts the solar panels on your roof, they're getting the payment for that, not you. But then after 10 years, when these solar panels aren't anywhere near as efficient as they were, they then become yours, you know, and then you use them. And then the battery storage unit that you've got by then needs replacing. There's another few grand, you know. All you're doing is nothing. When they say we can put solar panels on your roof and bring down your electricity prices, you know, in a world now where everyone's struggling financially, people are going to be thinking just impulsively, yeah, let's do that. Not realizing that they're just creating loads and loads of complications for themselves. Do you have any preps that you think no one else has thought about? Maybe defensive stuff, you know, to defend your home. But I can't talk about that, you know. No, and again, I've brought this up on several occasions as well. Is that I've had moments where I've just thought, what's the point in carrying on with this channel, because I've got absolutely no more information for any of our little tribe that they can't find somewhere else, that they can't just type in and find out. So I've got, you know, the channel doesn't serve any purpose anymore, you know, because everything that I could share and everything that I can share has been shared with you, you know. To be fair, a council worker came out to service 2 weeks before the fire happened. I have a big case with the council ongoing at the moment. Never give up, Linz. Be like a fucking dog with a bone, you know, because the councils are cunts. They are, and they're going to get even more cuntish, way more cuntish, because things are going to become more and more and more decentralized, you know. So they've crashed the budget of every single local council across the whole of the UK to then make it sound justifiable to bring councils together. So you've got one main, another fucking Sadiq Khan, Sad IQ Khan. I'd love to wreck him, you know. I would give him a knife, and I would promise to fight with one hand, and I would sign a waiver saying that if he killed me, he wouldn't go to jail. I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't want him to go to jail. I wouldn't press charges, blah blah blah. I'd have some sort of contract. One hand behind my back and give him a fucking decent sized knife, you know, just to make it justified. Just to make it justified. Read between the lines. And he's not on his own, you know. There are a few out there. I have to think of how best to use the shipping container. I tell you what, Lily, shipping containers, you know, if you look after them, the only downside to shipping containers, Lily, is that you do need to insulate them, and you can't really insulate them properly from the outside. So you have to do it from the inside, which takes away almost a very, very small amount of space as it is, you know. But shipping containers are incredible. They are. And if you look after them, they could last you a lifetime. And if you can get people in that know what they're doing, you know, they can cut windows out for you. They can put that insulation in there. It's you know, you can have a compost toilet that you can utilize for growing veg and stuff. I mean, they're using human waste slurry on our vegetables, fruit, you know, both organic and non-organic, you know. So that's happening already. At least you know where your compost has come from, you know. You know what you've been, what medications you're on, what diseases you've got, you know, which I'm sure are none, you know. But yeah, they are a great solution, and there are a lot available, and they're not that expensive. But it's just what you do with them. It's how you utilize them. But yeah, ice cold in winter. Yeah, just trying to plant, maybe try and plant trees that are fast growing and evergreen, so that the sun's not on them, or plonk them in a place where it's got partial shade. It's never going to get that hot. And then you can create vents in the roof as well that are waterproof, you know. There's a lot you can do. A lot you can do. An angle grinder is definitely a tool that I would recommend if you can afford to get one, for many, many reasons. Quaint is the older word for cunt. Oh, Lily, I never, ever, ever thought I would ever see you. See, even you were uncomfortable with that word, to the point where you've put a space in between each one of the letters, you know. Oh my God. I have thought, have I turned really virtuous women into the opposite with this channel? Because that was not my intention, but it just feel like it. And then as I'm thinking about that, I'm thinking about Joanna Morgan, you know, who's just joined us. Hi, Joanna. And some of the things I've gotten her to say, you know, and some of the things, yeah, I need to be more morally grounded. Yeah, or semi. Oh, bless. I've seen people use shipping containers to grow many various types of mushrooms in, another one to grow loads of microgreens, which they sell to restaurants, probably seasonal though. Yeah, you see, that's the downside of living in our hemisphere, is that we are restricted. I know you're not Mother Teresa, Joanna, but I would, you know what, I would love to meet you in person one day. Who knows? You kind of came across in the early days as being quite a virtuous, pure soul, and I just feel like I've ripped that away from you, you know, to some degree. But it's always been in good humour, you know, genuine, just honest, harmless humour, always. But that's a good comeback. It would have been even better though, Joe, if you'd have put, I'm not fucking Mother Teresa, you know, like put fucking in there, like a proper, like a pink lady, you know, the pink ladies in Greece. Fuck me, it's 2:10. Whoa, we've gone over 5 hours. That went so fast. I've only just paid attention to the time and the length of the live stream. I've only just paid attention. I've been so engrossed and so applied to this live stream that I never paid any attention, you know? How mad is that? So we've done over a 5 hour live stream and it's 2:10 in the morning. Hey, Michael, I do think that there's something in that, mate. That time is maybe being manipulated in some way. Does anyone, am I sounding like a, because you've got conspiracy theorists and then you've got conspiracy lunatics. So by saying that, what sort of camp do I fall into, you know? Because I know that, I mean, if you think about things like the Philadelphia experiment and then Operation Looking Glass, you start to it makes you think that time is just going. So what used to be an hour is now, say, 50 minutes or 45 minutes. So are we speeding up our physical age with that, or does that mean that we don't? Time's speeding up, but we aren't, and we'll still look like a 90-year-old when we're 100. When we're, you know, oh, this is how my fucking mind works. Yeah, CERN again, concern. You know, we don't know what that is capable of doing. We don't really fully know because it's all kind of under wraps. You know. It's all top secret. They only tell us what we, you know, these freedom of information requests. They're not. They work sometimes, you know. They do work sometimes, but not very often. If they don't want to tell you, they don't want to tell you, even though they're lawfully obliged to tell you. They are lawfully obliged to tell you the truth, but they don't. Who's going to argue with them? They're the government. So until the rest of the country catches up and jumps on board and becomes part of the 99%, and the next revolution or the next renaissance, nothing's going to change. Nothing. You are a wise wizard. Oh, do you know what, Joe? We kind of went over that earlier on with me maybe taking a job as a security guard at Asda with a big staff and a beard. All of a sudden, it's like tickling me dick. You know, it's that long, and recognising serial shoplifters and just going, bang! You shall not pass. But then I think we're all. You know, I think that people have been burnt to the stake in the past just for being open-minded and seers. You know, people that are seers. You know, that see things. You know, they put things together accurately and come out with a potential scenario, you know, like Enoch Powell. Just saying. I'm 59, but I get away with looking 45. Good on you, Michael, mate. Is that olive oil? Is it olive oil? I was reading a post earlier on about a lass that was she was just so completely and totally committed to her relationship with her fella in a very traditional sense, that she was saying that she likes to make sure that he's got a nice healthy meal to come home to, you know, and or the list of things that she felt compelled to do. She was very traditional. It was so lovely. And again, I'm not a misogynist, you know. If a woman wants to go out and earn, go out and earn, you know. All I want to do is protect, you know, just to make sure you're safe. And that's it, you know. Your freedom is your freedom. And that's why I will fight Sharia law. I will fucking fight to the death. This will never become a Sharia law country in my lifetime. It won't, because it won't be allowed. It won't be allowed. Too many people will step up. Don't worry. They are 6.5% of the population, right? And every other fucking religion in this country is against them. It's not going to happen, but there's going to be a lot of casualties. The quickening. Yeah, the quickening. Yeah, that was a... Yeah. It's a kind of magic. Magic. Queen. Yeah, it was. That film was a fucking amazing film. The Highlander, you know, and they played song after song after song by Queen. It was such an iconic film. People who steal cereals. You got me there, Joe. That's a little bit cryptic for me for 2 hours into the morning, like Peter Pan I am. Yeah, I can relate to that. Do you know what, Michael? I reckon fuck Sharia law. It ain't happening. End of. Exactly. But Michael, we need to lead by example. You know, we're having none of this. You know, we're Englishmen. We this is our country. You know, it's based on Christian values. If you want to change that, then you know the outcome is going to be final. just trying to stay within YouTube's parameters to some degree or another, you know. If you let this country down, you're letting your kids down, you're letting your other half down, you're letting your kids' futures down, you're letting your neighborhood down, your society down, yourself down, you know. It can't be allowed to happen. And you either kind of like tiptoe around it, or you go in there balls deep, you know, complete and total committal, you know, conviction, total conviction to your country. Now, if they try to conscribe me to some foreign war, come for me, fucking come for me, come for me. And I mean that. Come for me. Whereas defending my country from a domestic standpoint, absolutely. Yeah. No matter what. Because I know what the alternative entails. You only have to look back over the last 10 years. Just 10 years, really. And we've had bus bombs, stadium bombs, people using cars to just mow people over, stabbing children, raping women, raping children, you know, all 90 odd % of these people, all foreign. And so we need to get rid of them. We've got to get rid of them by all means necessary. Anything that's a threat to the British way of life is a domestic threat. So as far as I'm concerned, our constitution is the same as America's, right? That we defend our country, both foreign and domestic. Now, what's happening is both now. It's both. Foreign made domestic. You referenced serial shoplifters. My poor attempt. Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. Oh, bit behind. Yeah, I've smashed up so many Weetabix and shredded wheat. That makes me a serial killer, you know. I know you are, Michael. Again, you know, I'm not a Christian, you know. I'm not a Bible hugging man, you know. But apparently it does say something in. I remember Ruth Smith mentioning to me, saying, because I mentioned that it's down to us, it's down to our generation to put this right, our generation, us. And I know that the vast majority of the people that listen to these live streams or join in on the actual lives are in and around my age. So I do believe that. I don't, you know, whether it's like prophetic or not, who knows? You know, I'm not a Bible basher. I'm not a Christian. I'm not really quite sure what I am. You know, I think the closest would be an agnostic. But it does say somewhere in the Bible that there will be the last of the generation that that civilization will be saved by, you know. So, you know, a lot of us have kind of got a little bit, you know, we get a few aches and pains, and, you know, some of us have got a bit of extra kind of poundage on us that we could probably do with getting rid of, and, you know, stuff like that. But it's not all about fighting. It's about influence and leading by example and being honest and genuine and authentic. And people pick up on that, and people will follow people like that. They will. When they see that it's absolutely genuine, you know, people will follow. They'll take notice. They'll pay attention, and they'll join you, because I think the vast majority of the human race are inherently good, and they want good. They want good for themselves. They want good for their kids. They want good for their kids' kids. So if they see strong individuals that are principled to the death, principled, they'll follow. They will follow you. They will. Not like any of us want to be followed, but it's a system that's workable to turn this around, you know. No retreat and absolutely no surrender. You know, we're starting to sort of like build up a picture of what's happening. We're starting to build up a bit of a picture of what's coming, you know, which enables us to prepare better. You see, ignorance is bliss, but it will catch up with you. It will, and it'll catch you off guard. I don't want to be caught off guard. Now, over the last sort of maybe 6 months or so, something like that, apart from Christmas, which was tough going for me, other than that, over the last 6 months, I've evolved into something. And I can't really explain it. We have had some horrible attacks here by foreign gang members, vicious. I know you have, Lily. Lily, I have been keeping an eye on America, and I see all the fakery. I see all of the tokenistic acts that Trump's doing. You know, he's so fucking fake, but I just don't think he realizes it. I don't think he realizes that he's under a spell. And I think egos make people weak. They do. If you're egotistical, you're weak. You are weak. There's nothing wrong with yourself some love now and then, which most of us probably struggle with because of our inner critic. But you deserve it. You deserve a proper fucking a self-hug and some appreciation for standing your ground. There have been a lot of people that have just fallen to the curb over the last 5.5 years, you know, just gone into self-destructive mode and just crashed and burned. You haven't done that. It says a lot about your character. I was a committed Christian, but fallen away. I am torn with violence, but when I look around, I can't stand by and turn the other cheek or love my Islamic enemies. It's an internal conflict I have. It's don't allow it to be a conflict, Michael, because it's not. All you're doing is you're building yourself up. That's what you're doing. If you've got a threat, a domestic threat to your country and your way of life, it should be fought. It should be fought. You know, it's common sense, and it's just part of our DNA. You know, we fight back, and we've got the numbers behind us, and we've got other faiths behind us, other faiths that have assimilated and kind of fitted in. You know, appreciate the opportunities that England's given them, and Scotland, and Ireland, and Wales. You know, and they see that, and they're with us. They're with us. You know, you'll see that on the 17th of May. You'll see it's not all white. It's not just a sea of white fucking racist hooligans at all. You'd be surprised at the diverse turnout for a Britain First march. You'd be amazed, and it's beautiful because they've got the same values as we have. You know, they want to just be able to live a nice life, a free, happy life, without any stress, without any grief. And Islam is all about violence and killing. I put something in the post section. You know, look up those sections in the Quran. They're there. They're there. It's undeniable. So fuck that and fuck you. You know, let's have it. Let's fucking have it. There's a big chunk of me that wants those lines in Birmingham to be broken. I had a good think the other day, and one of the reasons why I ended up getting back into martial arts was because I'd lost that self-control, and I feel like I've, to some degree, acquired that through self-discipline. But deep down, I know that I've got a lot of fucking rage, a lot of rage that's built up over the last 4.5, 5 years, you know. So someone's having it at some point, but it will be justified. It will be justified. You know, it's going to happen. I'm not a trouble causer. Every fight I've ever been in has been either to protect someone else or trying to break a fight up, and I've got caught up in it. I've never started a fight in my life. Never. You know, I need one of these people to break the line and come at me. But then I'll probably I might be relying on Michael to nah, I'm only joking, mate. Don't be put off through coming. You know, it's a show of strength. It's a show of strength and a show of defiance. It's a middle finger to the Labour Party. It's a middle finger to the political system. It's a middle finger to Islam. It's a middle finger to communism. It's a middle finger to anything that's not traditionally British, you know. We don't want to become a third world, and we're headed that direction. But it's not too late to turn it around. It's not too late to turn it around at all. It's just a time thing, that's all. And again, it reverts back to how much conviction you've got. And yeah, it's going to be a rough ride, a very rough ride. And again, I don't think a lot of people quite realize the gravity of what's ahead of us. I don't think they do. And I do think that maybe some people are maybe in some form of denial as a form of coping mechanism to then prepare themselves for what's ahead. Does that make sense? Whereas I'm ready. I've been ready for a while. And yeah, so whatever the system throws at me, I'm ready for. Whatever Islam throws at me, I'm ready for. Whatever the police throw at me, I'm ready for. It doesn't matter what anyone throws at me, I'm fucking ready for you. I'm ready for you. And you should be ready too, because it's part of being prepared. It's all part of it, you know? 90% of it's mental. I know I've said that 1,000 times, probably literally. But I think it's becoming more and more apparent to some people that might have heard me say that for the first time a few years ago. It is, you know, get your mind ready, and get fit, get healthy. It's a win-win thing. It really is. You can't lose. You feel good. You feel good for training. And yeah, I was hoping to have got that punch bag all done and dusted and sorted and up and ready and ready to rock and roll, and maybe do like a little short video of how to maximize using a half decent punch bag. But because it didn't come with the bolts that it was manufactured with, which they failed to tell me in the ad before I drove 70 odd miles to go there to pick it up. So it's still not complete, you know. But I was going to do a really cheesy. I was hoping to get that done today, get it finished, and then do a little video and just show you a few little skills. That's all, just a few. Nothing, nothing, you know, too advanced. Nothing, you know, egotistical. Nothing like that. And then just make it a cheesy video calling "You can still be nifty at the age of 50," something like that. I might still do that. But it just goes to show you can still be half a century old and you can still be a warrior. You can. It's all down to heart, you know. And when I say heart, it means never ever giving up, never conceding to anything that's not right. You know? Right. Do you know what, Michael? I'm chuffed that you've not got work tomorrow, because I am mindful of other people. I do try to take that on board, you know. So I'm chuffed that you've not got work in the morning, mate, and you can have a lie in. And yeah, the reason I didn't go to the caravan this weekend is because there's just too much to do. I've got stuff I need to plant up. I've got so much cleaning up to do. I've given up on that fucking punch bag for now. and I'm going to sleep on it, see if I can figure out how to fix the issue that I've got. But yeah, if you've got enough spare income, which I know most of you haven't, consider maybe buying a punch bag that you can attach to a bracket on a wall. If you can't do that, you can attach them to your ceiling, but that comes with its own risks. If it's not fitted properly, you could end up bringing half your ceiling down with a replacement joist and a shitload of plastering, Or you can invest in a freestanding punch bag and just fill it full of sand or water and just get practicing. Look on YouTube, look on Facebook. There are loads and loads of tutorials. You can't be having someone or being surrounded by people that are also doing the same thing. You can't beat that. So if you can afford to join a club, I would recommend that more first. And then if you can afford to join a club and have a punch bag, a freestanding punch bag, you will inevitably end up with obviously more confidence in yourself, that you know that if someone grabs you in a certain way, or you know how to be proficient in the way that you deal with any potential attacker. It'll give you more confidence. Still avoid putting yourself in stupid positions and stupid situations where you run the risk of being attacked. But if you're living in an area where there is a slim chance that you might be, because of these fucking invaders from third world countries, then learn to fight. Learn to start putting. Learn to be able to maximize every punch, maximize every kick, and then develop combinations. To the point where you'll be throwing so many punches at them that they'll think they're surrounded. Most people are not trained to fight properly, controlled. Most people aren't. They're scrappy. And that would give you an advantage, just to learn one martial art or a mixture. If you can afford to join a club, please join a club, just so that you've got maybe about 6 months worth of training, and it will give you more confidence. Foreign and domestic. Right, lads and ladesses, I could go all night. I could go all night in more ways than one. It's not easy being cheesy. And I love that. I love that last comment, Michael. That it resonates with me. Again, we are the generation that will turn everything around. I think there's a lot resting on our shoulders. It's quite an undertaking, because it's not just our generation, because we know people our age that are still going for boosters, but it's a combination of our age and our life experience plus the awakening, So you combine those three aspects together, and that makes us formidable. And it will help people to notice and understand and realize what the proper, true, genuine, appropriate direction is to go in, just by leading in by example. Lead by example. Never be a hypocrite. Always follow through with your intentions. Always, otherwise you just lose all credibility. We're living it. We're constantly right now. We're living in a world full of sheep, sleep, warriors, and the amount of warriors is increasing by the day, of all generations. There are kids being born now that are like 7, 8 years old that are asking profound questions. Something's happening, and we're all part of this. We're all part of what's happening, and I don't believe that things just happen. I'm not a big, massive believer in coincidence. Not when I just think that we do have some mad, crazy power on our side that's undefeatable. But all of that is completely and utterly pointless and useless if you don't believe in yourself. So, don't doubt yourself. Don't doubt yourself. Have absolute belief in yourself. And I'm telling you, you'll get through to this. You will. You'll make it. You'll make it. It's still going to be a battle. It's still going to be one hell of a battle. It's going to be way rougher than a lot of people think. But if you genuinely believe in yourself, then you've got faith in yourself. If you've got faith in yourself, you wouldn't believe how powerful that is. And like I said earlier on, I've crawled out of the depths of hell, and I'm ready to charge. I'm ready. And again, this isn't down to me wanting to purge myself of all of this rage. This isn't me trying to find an excuse to take all of this fucking rage out on someone that is anti-British and anti-Christian values, and it's not really down to that. I believe that I'm saving it all up for the main fight, the showcase fight, and hopefully there'll be some self-discipline and self-control in there somewhere to be as proficient as possible. But that rage has got to come out. It's got to come out. And I just hope that I hope that I've learned something over the last couple of years by way of self-control, because none of us want to take lives. But then if we're fighting against an enemy that wants to take lives, Right, I'm gonna call it a day. Thanks to everyone for fucking hell. Does anyone want a bully? For a pint. She's done. Thank fuck for that. You'll never get it. You'll never get it. You'll never understand it unless you've got this. You know. Just know that it's not over until it's over, and when it is over, it will be over in our favour. It will. It will. If you sit down and look at it, look at everything from a very logical standpoint, they've got so many things weaponized against us, but we're coming up with solutions left, right, and centre for every single one of these weapons. So, and all they're doing is, again, and I don't want to keep repeating myself, the more draconian they become, the more people wake up, even people that you didn't expect to wake up, you know, and they'll join forces with us and they'll be the backup. So it'll be a case of fighters, people keeping the home in good order, and people repairing the fighters. A few other roles in there, you know, but that's how I see this going. Complete and total and utter lawlessness. But as I've said plenty of times in the past, I am an anarchist. I am proud to be an anarchist. And anarchism doesn't mean going around burning people's fucking businesses down and setting people's cars on fire. It's got nothing to do with that. It's an ideology that means decentralized control, which means freedom. It leads to more freedom and liberty, you know? And if that's what you want, maybe you're an anarchist. So who knows? So I'm going to shut down now, guys. And I wish I'd left it on a slightly more kind of positive note, but I think maybe it depends on how you perceive what I've just said, that we will win. We will win. And at the end of this, you know, it could be amazing. There'll be quite a few teething problems initially, because it's going to be a complete and total restructure. But it will all be worth it. It will. Have faith in yourself. Okay. So I will say ciao for now and sleep well. I'll see you in the next one.